What's going on, boys? Keg and Coop back with another NASCAR Cup Series picks video for Sunday's race at the Indy Road Course. We're going to have practice sessions and qualifying this weekend for the race, which is a great change of pace. So we'll at least have an idea where these cars are going to be at, at least at the very beginning of the race. A quick note before we start, after we're done with the NASCAR video, we're going to stay on and hang out to bet some live MMA tonight. We got PFL, we got BELLATOR tonight. So Coop probably hang out for a bit. Gavin's going to come hang out. Possibly Stevie Boynton's going to come back and hang out. So we got that going. And one more quick note, I'm going to be live for both NASCAR races this weekend. Normally Saturdays we go live for the UFC, but the UFC has the week off. So I'm going to hop on tomorrow a little before 4 for the Xfinity race. Obviously, Coop's welcome to come and hang out if he wants to, unless he's busy. And then Sunday we'll be back at 1 o'clock for the Verizon 200 at the Indy course. So with that, what's going on, Coop, my friend?
Oh, I'm doing swell. Very good. Hope you are too. And just coming off of a nice dinner. Had some salmon burgers, some zucchini and squash.
Let's start here. What was on the menu?
Salmon burgers.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
It's like salmon. It's like a crab cake, but it's a salmon version.
Okay.
So, and zucchini and squash and a delicious salad.
I mean, you're always eating right, bro. Every time I ask you what's on the menu, it sounds like something delicious. Like every time.
Wife loves to cook, man. She does an awesome job. Come spend a week with me, I'll guarantee you 15 pounds up.
Yeah. Listen, I've been known to gain 15 pounds just sitting at home. So I'm sure if I ate her food, I'd probably gain another 15 pounds. A quick shout out to my daughter, Abigail Marie, on her 13th birthday today. Officially a teenager. How about that?
How's it feel to be a teenager, Abigail?
How's it feel to be a teenager, Ab?
I don't feel like a teenager. And technically, I'm not yet. I was born at 7:33.
Oh, she said, well, it's 7:38. So
technically I am. Yeah.
You're technically a teenager. I told her that she lasted longer with me than her mom. We were only together about 12 and a half years. So our relationship has lasted longer. So you love to see it. Hopefully it goes on many more years. Shout out to the boys in the chat. Walla, Bubba Wallace, Otter, Adam, Jacqueline, my guy Yago. Let's go. All right, Coop. Indy Road Course. First time they're racing at the Cup Series level at this road course, right?
Yeah.
It's a roval, right? Like the Daytona Road Course, like Charlotte, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess you could call it that.
They are on the Indy track, right? So it's technically a roval.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think I've heard the word roval associated with it though.
I don't think I have either. But if we're talking like specificity, if they go on to the main track, isn't that a roval?
Sounds like it. I mean,
yeah.
That's how they, classified Daytona and Charlotte. So.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So they have raced a couple races at this track on the Xfinity circuit before, but it's pretty new. This is all pretty new. So I normally ask you, what are your takeaways at this track normally, regardless of the year, but it's hard to ask you that this year.
I have a couple interesting ones.
What do you got?
So, hear me out. So when you go to these road courses, you see a lot of elevation changes, like Watkins Glen, Sonoma. I mean, they're not huge elevation changes whatsoever, but you can see the cars going up and down the hills, especially
Sure.
Watkins Glen and Sonoma.
Sure.
This track is flat. It's flat on the road course part of it, and then obviously it's flat on the oval part where they, would run the traditional races there. So my first thought is, does that make a difference? It being flat versus having some of these elevation changes. And I'm thinking it might. All right. I watched the Xfinity practice today, and they talked a lot about braking.
What
Braking.
were your takeaways?
Braking. They talked a lot about braking.
Okay.
The other piece to it too, all right, this track is basically the same miles as what we have at Watkins Glen, okay? And last week they were running 72, 73-second laps. Today they were running 98-second laps. A lot slower overall. Once you get, obviously the stretch in the front where they're using the regular, oval part of the track.
There looks like
a back stretch.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. There looks like there's a pretty big stretch on the road course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of twists and turns minus those. And that's where, they're losing the speed versus, last week. So last week, it was a lot of pure speed, do well. And I think that was a big advantage for Kyle Larson because he had, the ability to use that fast car that he's had all season long. I think this week is a little bit more technical, and it's going to favor the, really true road course drivers. So that's the biggest things that I've got from it so far. The other piece too is I can't emphasize how much they talked about braking. Okay. So when we talk about braking, and then I've already talked about it being a flat track, okay, what other track comes to your mind?
What other oval comes to your mind?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking road course. I was thinking oval.
Darlington is pretty flat.
Yeah, it's some banking.
I'm just thinking Martinsville.
Exactly. Yeah. That was my first thought. Because, you're braking in Martinsville, obviously a lot more than what you're braking on any other, oval track there is out there.
Right.
And it's flat. So, I'm wondering if it's going to be an advantage to, drivers who do well on flat tracks and are more familiar and comfortable when it comes to braking.
So first of all, let's tell the story. So I go in the Discord the night before last, right? And I'm like, man, I hate the Brickyard 400. It's like the worst oval racing ever. Nobody passes in the corners, and you can go like 50 wide down the straightaways. It's my least favorite track probably in terms of the bigger ovals. So Coop says, well, I guess it's good that it's not the Brickyard 400 this weekend then. I was like, wait a minute. What do you mean it's not the Brickyard 400 this weekend? He's like, they're on the road course. I said, not according to Google, bro. If you go to Google, it says this week in the NASCAR schedule, the Brickyard 400. I copy and paste the picture to Coop. He's like, you can't trust Google. You can't trust something just because it's on Google, he says to me. And I say, what do you mean, Coop? I trust everything on Google. What are you talking about? So if I hadn't said that in the Discord, I would have come in to tonight's show with a full breakdown of the Brickyard 400. And Coop would have asked me if I was drunk or doing drugs. And I would have been pissed that I broke down the wrong race for 2 days. But luckily, because I talked to Coop, I realized in time that they're on the road course and Google made a mistake. It's not the Brickyard 400. It's the Verizon 200 on the Indy Road Course. So that happened. All right.
Let me give you some advice, man. Let me give you some advice real quick, man.
Yeah.
There's this thing called NASCAR.com.
Oh, you know
NASCAR.com.
You know what?
Why wouldn't you go there to find the schedule?
Because I go every week to Google, and I've never been wrong. Have I ever said to you? Have I ever said the wrong race in a year?
NASCAR.com, man. All right, NASCAR.com. Become familiar with it.
I mean, this fucking guy. All right. So let me throw two drivers out to you.
Hold on a minute. So what do you think about what I was saying? Flat braking relative to Martinsville.
It makes sense. If braking is going to be important, I don't know where is it. I mean, road courses aside, obviously braking's really important, right? But road courses aside, I guess Martinsville is probably the most important flat oval where you have to brake on, right? Which kind of just slides right in to one of the drivers that I wanted to talk about today, which is Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin is, Mr. fucking grandfather clock at Martinsville, right? Now, under the radar, he has finished in the, if we're going to classify this as a roval course, he's finished in the top 3 at both Daytona roval races, okay? But he's only finished in the top 20 all 3 races at the Charlotte roval. So it's been a bit of a mixed bag for Denny in terms of his results on rovals. But if you take a look at his road course racing this year, and it's gone very under the radar. 5th at Watkins Glen, 5th at Road America, 3rd at the Daytona Road Course this year, 8th at Sonoma, and he was 14th at Coda. So nobody has said anything about him on road courses this year, but he's been one of the best. Obviously, Chase Elliott, probably Kyle Larson aside. Chris Bell's been really good. That was the other driver that I wanted to talk to you about. But Denny Hamlin's been pretty strong. And when you start talking about how important
you got a little rise out of me, man, saying you want to talk about Chris Bell. Ooh.
Yeah, I want to talk. Yeah, I said it in the Discord a couple hours ago. I said I think he's going to be really good. I think he's going to be one of the cars to beat. So when you say that they were talking about braking and you bring up Martinsville, that kind of bolsters the Denny Hamlin argument. Now, I think Chase Elliott's going to be really hard to beat because he's really good on rovals anyway. Like he's good on all road tracks, but he's really good on rovals, right? But thoughts on Denny Hamlin?
Real quick, before I agree with everything that you said about Denny Hamlin. But real quick, one of the things that I want to go back and do prior, maybe later tonight or definitely by tomorrow, is I want to take a look at the Daytona road course. And I want to look at that road course and see if it was flat also. Obviously, we know once they got out onto the oval part of it, it's huge high banks. But I want to see
Right.
if the actual road course piece of it is flat too, because we might be able to draw a little comparison between Daytona road course and possibly this course. So I want to look at that because I can't imagine that they would have a lot of elevation in Daytona, but I do know, from Charlotte, there are a couple of pieces of the road course that do have some elevations, nowhere near what you see at Watkins Glen or Sonoma, obviously, but it does have some where I'm not kidding you, man. This Indy is completely flat.
Sure.
And I want to see if Daytona's completely flat too.
Sure.
But no, I as far as Denny Hamlin goes, I agree with everything that you said.
Okay, so you pretty much agree that you expect him to probably race well here on Sunday.
Yeah.
All right.
Based
So
upon my thought process so far.
Right. All right. So Chris Bell. This year on road courses, he won the Daytona Roval. He was second at Road America. He finished 7th at Watkins Glen. Now, he finished 38th at Coda, but that's not a fair representation because he got into an accident. And he finished 24th at Sonoma. And I think he had issues in that race also. So I think in 3 of the 5 races, he went 1, 2, 7. And I think he had issues in the other 2. Now, last year, Charlotte Roval, right? He was in the 95 car for Levine Racing. And even though he finished 24th in that race, he was second after stage 1. He was third after stage 2. And pit strategy, I think, ended up fucking him in the end. But he races these Rovals pretty well because, he won, obviously, at Daytona. Now, whether or not he's going to beat Chase, who is incredible on these courses, I'm not sure. But I think that he's one of the drivers that, at 18 to 20 to 1, will be in the mix to genuinely compete for a win on Sunday. What do you think about Chris Bell?
What did you say his other than the first and the 24th? What were his other finishes?
First at Daytona, second at Road America, 7th at Watkins Glen, and then 24th at Sonoma, 38th at Coda. And last year, Charlotte Roval, he finished 24th, but at the end of stage 2, he was 3rd. He was in the top 3 for stage 1 and stage 2. So I don't know how you gauge that. Probably, I would assume that pit strategy probably ended up fucking him, considering how strong he was in stage 1 and stage 2. And that was, for the 95 team. Now he's at Gibbs. I think that Chris Bell, you have to consider him as, outside of, Elliott and Larson, I think he's one of the guys that's going to contend.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I have 8 bets potentially that I like. Or hold on, let me rephrase that. I had 8 bets that I wrote down coming into this. One of them I only really liked. There were probably about 2 or 3 others that I was on the edge of. And then the rest of them, I just kind of, was like, possibly I have to think about that. It could happen, so on and so forth. And one of the bets that intrigued me was Chris Bell. And that was a top 5 finish for Chris Bell.
I like it.
235 at DK, 260 at BetMGM.
250 at DK right now in Jersey. Yeah, I like that, Coop. I agree. I think that he could definitely crack the top 5 on Sunday. Right. Before I let you start to talk about the drivers that you like, 2 more guys. Chase Briscoe.
Hold on 1 minute.
Here you go.
Last thing, I know you live in your corner, all right, and you don't get out and you don't see a lot, and Google's been lying to you a lot lately. So you might not be aware that, there's a little riffraff going on between Chris Bell and Kyle Larson.
Why?
Obviously, they had some issues this past weekend where Chris Bell was spun out by Kyle Larson, and because if you remember, Chris Bell was in the top 2 or 3 when that happened, and he was headed for a top 5 finish easily, and he finished 7th, I believe. And that happened at the end. I think they've had some issues in the past too. On dirt tracks and things like that, racing midgets or so on and so forth. Obviously, they don't have a great relationship with each other because Kyle Larson reached out to Chris Bell, and Bell gave him the cold shoulder. Didn't respond to him or nothing. Yep, completely ignored him.
Wow. Yeah, see, I don't get that kind of information from the corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to get it in there for you.
Yeah, I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
You're
All right, Chase
now
Briscoe.
You can sleep better.
Briscoe won the Xfinity race at this Indy Roval last year. He'll be back on the track tomorrow, obviously, in the Xfinity race. He will probably have logged more laps on this track than almost every driver in the field on Sunday. I kind of feel like he's live to hit the top 10 on Sunday if everything goes right for him. What do you think about Briscoe?
So this is I agree with what you're talking about with Chase Briscoe. He's done great on road tracks. He's riding some momentum on road tracks with his finishes here recently being very good. My problem with Chase Briscoe, all right, is from a betting perspective, I couldn't find a bet that I liked him in.
Yeah.
And that's me personally. It could be different for you on DK in New Jersey and so on and so forth. But my DK in Virginia doesn't have him in any single matchups. All right. When I go to BetMGM, hold on, he was in a matchup.
Coop, you there,
but it
buddy?
wasn't one
Did
that I
we
was.
just lose Coop?
I'm right here. Hi.
Coop, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead. You broke up. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, did you hear the part where I was saying that there's no matchups that I like for Chase Briscoe?
Yeah, that I heard. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So he's not on any single matchup when it comes to DK or BetMGM for me. When it comes to groups, on BetMGM, he is in one, maybe not. He might not be on MGM for me either.
What do you think about
BetMGM?
What do you think about him to hit the top 10 at plus 150?
Okay, so that where I was going to get to is, the lack that I have no Chase Briscoe bets leads me to have to bet him top 5, top 10 to win the race, whatever. I'm not going to bet him top 5. We don't bet pre-race winners, so that leaves top 10.
Right.
This is my thought process on the top 10. Okay. So we broke it down last week. There's going to be 2 or 3 Hendrick cars in the top 10, 3 or 4 Toyota cars. Then you have Kurt Busch. Then you have Joey Logano. All possibly could get into the top 10. So
yeah, and
right there
plus
we have 7 or 8 drivers. Yeah, we have
Ryan
7 or 8 drivers.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 or 8 drivers, and then that leaves everybody else competing for 2 or 3. Okay.
Okay.
The piece that I really don't like for Chase Briscoe is that this race has added 2 drivers. It's added AJ Allmendinger and it's added Austin Cindric. All right.
Who are
I think both of them are overpriced. All right. As far as the Cup Series goes.
right?
And I don't think, all right, that any book, whether it's DK or MGM, adjusted their price on the other drivers for them, giving them more value. All right. You understand what I'm saying? Because he's what, plus 125, plus 135, something like that?
Briscoe plus 150 on DK.
Okay. For me, he's like plus 125. Okay. So last week we talked about him being potentially top 10 at plus 230. Unfortunately, we didn't jump on it. We missed it. But his price has gone down quite a bit. All right?
Yeah.
He barely got into the top 10. He finished 9th, I believe. We've added those 2 drivers. You know, there's a plethora of drivers that we didn't even mention who could possibly top 10. There's a lot of competition for those last 2 or 3 spots.
I'm looking at 4 drivers that are priced at plus 150 to crack the top 10. And I think that they're all live to hit the top 10. Ross Chastain, Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, Briscoe. I think all 4 of those guys are live to hit the top 10 at plus 150.
No, and you didn't even mention Kevin Harvick. You didn't mention Matty. You didn't mention Matty DiBenedetto, who's had 4 very good consecutive races.
Sure.
No Chris Buescher, Chris Buescher could get in there. He's decent on road courses. Michael McDowell, he's good on road courses. So basically, I'm staying away from the top 10.
Okay.
Because the drivers who I think we can, are guaranteed for a top 10, I'm not paying that price. Okay?
Let me stop you there. You mentioned Matty D, McDowell, and Buescher, right? If you look at those top 10 prices, it's like 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 4.5 to 1. Yeah.
But they're even riskier than a Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So that's my whole take on why I'm staying away from the top 10 bets this week.
All right.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me preface that. There is one top 10 bet that I like. Okay. I just don't know if I can pay it. Okay?
Is it Chris minus 130?
No. It's on our favorite book, or your favorite book, at least, FanDuel. Okay? And it's Kurt Busch versus Brad Keselowski.
Oh,
what do you think that? What do you think
matchup,
the numbers are?
not a top.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. What am I thinking? Damn, man, brain fart. Never mind. Move on. We'll get to that eventually.
Okay. Well, listen. What do you think about Chris Bell top 10 minus 130? I feel really good that he's going to get in the top 10 on Sunday.
I'll go back to this, okay? How confident were you that Kurt Busch would get a top 10 last week?
Very.
We were really fucking confident.
Yeah.
Really fucking confident.
Yeah.
And he extremely disappointed. And I ended up getting screwed because I paid him at 120 minus 125, and he had a bad day. All right. That's what I think about paying minus 130 for Chris Bell.
All right, let me pause that for a second real quick. I'm going to bring Gavin in here. Gav, me and Coop are going to finish this video, but quickly, we have fights going on 2 different promotions. Are there any bets that you want me to throw at the bottom of the screen for you that are going to go off in the next 20 minutes?
I think I'm going to do in the next 20 minutes.
I'll be back in 1 minute.
I don't think so.
Yeah, go ahead, Coop. Yeah, go ahead, Gav.
In the next 20 minutes, I don't think so.
Well, Coop just left to smoke a doob. So tell me what do you want me to throw at the bottom of the screen in terms of PFL and BELLATOR?
Is that me or you with that background noise?
That's Coop.
That's me, man.
Let me put him on.
Vacuuming going on.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute till you come back, Coop. All right, what do you got, Gav?
So I want to take – no, sorry, I've already taken. I took Magomedov via submission at 5-1.
Technically, like the last guy to beat Piotr Jan, I think, right?
Yep.
All right, hold on.
But via sub at 5-1 when inside the distance is minus 160 when most of his finishes came by sub. Yeah.
I like that. Magomedov by sub plus 500. I like that bet. I'll tail that bet. I like him a lot. All right, what else you got?
That is the real one that I like.
You have any action besides that tonight?
Oh yeah. I got some action, but that's the only one I want at the bottom of the screen.
All right.
So I got Rory McDonald via sub plus 550. Although, if I'm being honest, gun to my head, I think Cooper wins that fight, and I would rather pick him at plus money than take McDonald.
Joey's got Cooper on the spreadsheet, I think. Yeah.
Gun to my head, I think Cooper wins that fight. I don't think Rory's going to be able to take the heat on the hands. But
gun to my head, I think you and Joey are right there. I watched a couple of his fights, and I was like, how the fuck is McDonald going to deal with this smoke? I mean, yeah.
The thing is, Cooper is, while he's a defensive wrestler and has that wrestling background to keep the fight on his feet, he's more of a problem creator once it gets to the mat versus a problem solver. And if Rory does get top position, he's been on the mat with way better guys than him in his days. So I took that at plus 550.
Yeah. I agree. I agree that if it does go to the ground, it wouldn't shock me if McDonald got the submission off. But gun to my head, I think I agree with you guys. I think Rory's going to lose.
All right, then I got all right, we start getting degen here. Saba Hamasi via KO plus 650. Saba Hamasi round 1 KO plus 1100.
Okay. Who's he fighting?
The tough Russian son of a bitch who lost the last two to Douglas Lima. And I can't keep all the fucking Russian names straight.
Koreshkov?
Yeah.
Andrei Koreshkov, that guy?
Yeah, Koreshkov, yeah.
I thought he was going to win the fight. Like, are you
I think he's going to win, but I think the only way that Hamasi does it is by KO, and it much more likely happens in the first, but he also showed a little bit better discipline on the trigger in his last fight to Paul Daly than he had previously, and so part of me taking the KO is because I feel like it still could happen in the second. But Koreshkov is a tough son of a bitch, man. That's why I was like, there's no way to bet the fight. There's no value on Koreshkov. I didn't really like it. I don't know. That was, one of the degen plays that I'm like, fuck it, I'm going to throw at this, but I'm not putting it. It's not quality enough to go at the bottom of the sheet.
You think that Clay Collard wins the fight tonight?
Yeah, but I took fight doesn't go to decision at plus 160. I think this becomes more of a stand-up affair than people believe.
I'll throw that at the bottom. I think he's going to win, man. I was looking for some way to get him in a parlay with somebody. I think that Larissa Pacheco next weekend is just going to cruise to a win. I was going to bet him with her. But I ended up not putting anything on the sheet. I figure I'll beat a couple bets with you tonight as the night goes on. All right, Collard fight doesn't go distance. At what price?
16 plus 160.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. All right, so boys, we got that going at the bottom of the screen. Coop and I are going to continue with the NASCAR for a few, and then we'll just hang out the rest of the night. And
Roger, I'll chill.
Yeah, DGen, these two just disgusting cards. I mean, when you see Gleison Tebow fighting Curtis Millender, I mean, it's going to be a fucking night of just god awful fights.
Hey, I have a couple questions real quick.
Yeah.
First off, Gavin, do these fights start after like 9 o'clock? Do I have time to put my bets in yet?
Yeah, for those couple that are at the bottom, 100% you do.
Okay. Second off, I'd like to have, like maybe $100 for every time you drop the F-bomb.
Oh, yeah, no, you would be a wealthy man. You'd be living on a yacht, not grinding out NASCAR bets. Trust me.
Yeah, Coop, we curse a lot on these Saturday MMA shows, bro. That's what we do.
And then finally, all right, so let's get back to some NASCAR after I derailed us and went from the top 10 bets to the head-to-heads.
All right, so you told me in the Discord. Well, first of all, I talked about a couple drivers that I was looking at. So I want you to talk about a couple drivers
hold on, are we done with top 10s?
Well, is there anybody else that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, well, there's two things. One, a top 10 bet that I had written down, something that I'm going to look into.
What do you got?
It's Kurt Busch.
Come right back.
The guy was. Do we go back to Kurt Busch?
I'll tell you what.
I've looked all over social media. Didn't hear anything as to what the deal was last week, so on and so forth. So I'm just going to top it up as it was probably one of his worst races ever on a road course where he wasn't caught up in an accident.
What I would say to you is this: we bet him last week at worse odds because we love his consistency on road tracks. Mm-hmm. So I think it would be shame on us to not come right back with him at plus 150 because he's on a road course again. And if he does hit the top 10 on Sunday and we don't have it, we're going to feel like fucking idiots because we just had him last week. But why do you think he shit the bed so badly last week?
I have no idea. I mean, he didn't sniff the top 10. I think at the end of the race was the closest he got when he was 13. The only thing that I can attribute back to, all right, is what I said earlier. Maybe there was too much speed involved, and he didn't have the speed. It could have been they just set the car up improperly, and we're never able to make the changes, in the one or two pit stops that you have to do that. So, like I said, I didn't find anything out there as to why. So, but I'm with you because you I guess you get him at plus 150 on DK.
Yeah.
All right. I only have him at $1.25. And I should say only. Like if he was that price last week, we would have been goozing in our pants.
Don't quote me on this. But I think that this is the first race all year that Kevin Harvick has been plus money to hit the top 10.
See, I don't have that.
He's plus 120 on DK to hit the top 10. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't mind it, but I mean, again, all right, I think he's in that group of 7, 8, 9 drivers that's competing for 2 or 3 spots. The one thing I like about Kevin Harvick is he's driving the Xfinity race, so he's going to have more time on this track than what his peers are going to have on it. So,
you think
I'm not going to go there, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did finish top 10.
Do you throw the 2 road course ringers in that 7 or 8, 9 people that can sneak into the top 10 with Dinger and Cindric?
Do I think they get there? No.
I don't either.
I don't think you can discount them. All right. Because if you look at their records when it comes to being on road courses this year in Cup Series, I think they have one top 10 between the two of them. There's something that always happens to their car. AJ Allmendinger, he's done this, his whole life, and road course racing, and he hasn't had the greatest equipment, but he doesn't know how to handle and manage his equipment on the road course. He's guns down and he just abuses it because he's all out. And, he's had brake issues. He's had other issues. He's had bad luck sometimes. But, as good of a driver and as good as much notoriety that he gets for being on the road courses, when he gets to that Cup, his results aren't the greatest.
All right. So before we put a bow on the top 10, anybody else?
No, Kurt Busch was the last one. But do you want to talk top 5? I know we already talked about Chris Bell. All right.
Well, before we do that, I want to talk about, the 2 or 3 drivers that you're on the lookout for this week. I gave 3 or 4 that you kind of agreed with me. They're in contention for top 10s. Chris Bell's in contention for a top 5. Because you said in the Discord that you might make a pre-race bet on a winner, one guy that you really like. So who are the 2 or 3 drivers that you're looking at to contend for the win?
Well, that pre-race piece that I was talking about has nothing to do with the Cup Series. It has to do with the Xfinity Series. And I'm not going to go down that road. But we can talk about that. Maybe we'll hit the Xfinity at the end real quick.
All right.
But, probably my favorite driver that you have not mentioned is Martin Truex. Because we know the guy is good on road tracks. He was really good last week. He just wasn't as good as Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, and probably Christopher Bell. All right. But when you think about braking and you think about flat tracks, especially the flat track piece, I put Martin Truex right there with Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And considering it's a road track and he's slightly better than Denny is on road courses, it makes sense to me that he's the third choice behind Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson this week. So, yeah, I'll buy that.
So one thing that we know that's going to happen because we have practice and qualifying is, the numbers that we're talking about tonight, they're going to change. And in some cases, they're going to change fairly drastically one way or the other prior to the start of the race. And there's one bet, and I think that if we end up going with this bet, it's probably my favorite bet. I'm like I said, the bets that I have written down, they're not great in my mind because we're coming up off of a road course from last week, so the bookies have put some stature into that, and then also you have AJ and Cindric, which as much as I talk bad about them, especially AJ, they're still legitimate, options. But the bet that I like the most, all right, what do you think, and you might know what it is, Martin Truex's top 5 number?
-145.
See, that's why I need to lock this in right now. On BetMGM, for me, he's -125. He's -140 for you on DK. I have him at +105.
You have him at plus 105 to finish in the top 5 right now at BetMGM.
No, on DK. Let me double check.
That's
plus 105.
That's a 50-cent difference at the same sports book. That is fucking absurd, bro. That is absurd.
That's my favorite bet. By far.
I mean, yeah, if I had it at plus 105, yeah, I would love it. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I think, to what I said, if I don't lock that in now, it's going to change after qualifying and after practice.
Yeah, now Coop brings up a good point. There are only 8 races this year where the Cup Series will qualify and have practice sessions. This road course is one of those 8 because they've never been here before. So is practice and qualifying tomorrow, both tomorrow?
Practice is tomorrow at
Sunday
11
morning.
a.m. and qualifying is on Sunday morning.
Okay, so yeah, Coop's right. Ordinarily, for the majority of the races this year, the odds aren't really going to change that much because the majority of the races haven't had a practice session and haven't had qualifying. So he brings up a good point. These numbers are definitely going to change. We've seen it with the other 5 or 6 races already this year where there's been practice and qualifying. There have been some dramatic moves. So
if you're out there and you're fortunate enough to have Martin Truex at a plus number for top 5, I am betting that.
Yeah, so I co-sign on that. Just to put it into perspective, he's minus 145 on one book, minus 135 on another one of my books, minus 125 on another one of my books. And I can't sniff a number even close to plus 105. So, yeah, I agree. If you can get that number, that's a great bet.
Now, I didn't have this bet coming in, but after you talked about Denny Hamlin, I wrote it down. I looked at it. What do you have Denny Hamlin for top 5?
Plus 140.
Okay. I have plus 170, and that's on DK and MGM. They're both the same number.
Hold on. Let me check to see if I have that number at BetMGM. Hang on. Yeah, I have plus 170 at BetMGM. I like that bet too. I think he's gonna. I'll tell you what, Coop. I think that it can be like one of those races where like Elliott and Larson are up there, and the next 4 cars could be all Gibbs cars. It could realistically be Truex, Hamlin, Bell, and Kyle Busch. Like that would not shock me at all.
So we've talked about 3 top 5 bets.
Yeah.
Now, the Martin Truex for me is a given. Okay.
Yeah.
The next piece is it bad money, bad EVR? Like, I don't think you can do Chris Bell and Denny Hamlin. I think you're just cutting yourself short thinking that all three of them are going to get in the top 5.
It's very hard to hit 3 people to hit the top 5. Yeah, I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
So to me, it's almost a toss-up.
I think you take your shot.
I would probably give Denny Hamlin, but the number on Chris Bell is that really good.
Yeah, I think you take your shot on Chris Bell. Based on how well he's run this year on road courses, I mean, you're talking about it's a $1 difference. He's plus 270 at DK to hit the top 5.
So let me ask you this, okay? You think you would take Chris Bell over top of Denny Hamlin, okay, when it comes to top 5?
Because of the price, yeah, because of the price.
So you think, I don't want to say you necessarily think he's going to beat him, all right, but you think he's going to compete with him.
Yes.
Instead of taking that top 5 at 235, and now you're putting in 2 more drivers, do you take your chances at Chris Bell being the top Toyota? Because you're going to get a better number, probably double that top 5 number. But that's a big beat of Hamlin, Truex, and Busch.
I would say probably not, because you have to beat 3 guys that can legitimately finish in the top 5.
Right.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. Now, if you're me and you have the odds that I have, and you were going to take 2 guys from Gibbs to finish in the top 5, it would be Hamlin at plus 170 and Bell at plus 270. If I was Coop and I had that plus 105 price on Truex, it would probably be Truex and Chris Bell. But because I don't have that price on Truex, I would probably take Hamlin and Bell.
While you're at it, what's your Kyle Busch number? Top 5.
Plus 135.
I have 140. There's a line in the middle of the screen too. It's going right over my nose.
Yeah, my bad.
No problem. You're excused. So, yeah, that's kind of where I stand, top 10, top 5. No top 10s for me, because I think the top 5s are better. I absolutely love that Martin Truex one. I'm going to book that when we get off of here. And I don't know. I'm torn between Chris Bell and Hamlin to top 5. Not that I don't think they can, but picking between one or the other.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so are you in agreement with me that Chase Elliott should be the overwhelming favorite? Now, we have seen Kyle Larson twice this year win a road course and beat Chase. Now, had there been 10 extra laps in last Sunday's race, Chase would have caught Kyle Larson, definitely. But there wasn't. And Larson has now won 2 road course races. So he is a legitimate threat to win this race on Sunday. But I agree that Chase should be the overwhelming favorite, and he is.
I'm not as high on Kyle Larson this week, strictly because of what I said before. I think, there's not as much speed this week. It's more technical. Not that he's not a good driver on the road courses, technically or anything like that. I think, he's more in line to finish a top 5 than compete for the win. Put it that way.
He's minus 280 to finish in the top 5. Imagine.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Who lays that number? Who says I'm gonna lay 280 for Kyle Larson to hit the top 5 this week? Nobody.
So I think we covered top 5, top 10 really well. You want to move on to head?
All right. Yeah, go ahead. What head?
Many. I don't have many. I only have actually 2 written down. One of them is based off of last week. I think William Byron overachieved, and I think he was kind of a benefit also of the speed. And having, a very fast car all year. He overachieved what he's been doing on road courses recently. So, once again, they have him minus 130 against Alex Bowman at plus 110. Bowman shit the bed last week, obviously. He was not a factor whatsoever. He was the only Hendrick car that wasn't a factor. So, I don't think I'm going to go there. But if I did, why would I not like it this week if I didn't like it last week? Same way with Kurt Busch, So not a bet I'm in love with or any means. The one that I am in love with was the one that I got a little crazy on earlier and already called it out because I wasn't thinking. Kurt Busch against Brad Keselowski. What do you think those numbers are?
I would say, based on the fact that Brad Keselowski looks absolutely lost in space the last 2.5 months, and I really do think that he just can't wait to get the fuck away from Penske, and I would say probably Kurt Busch minus 130.
134. I just don't like paying that number. I think Kurt Busch smokes him.
So do I.
I'm back in, the situation of last week, where, he could disappoint. Not only that, it's a road course, you could have technical problems with, the engine, the brakes, whatever. You could play the wrong strategy and end up losing that way. And that's why, I love the matchup. I just don't like the price. And for those reasons, I'll probably not end up betting it.
I know that you were big on Joey Logano last week because of the 750 horsepower package. What were your thoughts on his race last week?
You're right. I was big on Joey Logano, but if you will go back and watch it, I also prefaced it by saying, he's played very good strategy so far this year on road courses, and it's hard to continue to play the strategy game and come out on top. And last week, he didn't come out on top. So I think he's better than what his result was last week, and that's what I think about it. I think he can have a top 10. The other piece, all right, that has me thinking about Joey Logano, when you think about what I talked about earlier, braking, flat tracks, Martinsville, Joey Logano. He's not obviously a Denny Hamlin. He's not a Martin Truex down there, but he has won at Martinsville, and he runs well at Martinsville.
Yeah, he's minus 110 against Kevin Harvick this week.
Yeah, I could see that going the other way. To what you said, I know I've dogged on Kevin Harvick, but I could see him finishing in the top 10 this week. And,
yeah, I think I lean the Harvick side, to be honest.
Yeah. Possibly.
What do you think? We didn't talk about Ryan Blaney. Ryan Blaney's been very good on Rovals, like historically.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect from him?
So let's just cut to the chase, all right? And we'll jump out of order a little bit because you just talked about Logano, we talked about Keselowski, we talked about Blaney, we talked about Harvick. I don't know what it is for you on DK, okay? But I don't have top manufacturers on DK. I have them on MGM.
I have it.
And the top Ford is very intriguing to me, just like it was last week. And it's probably even more intriguing to me right now because of the numbers that are out there on these drivers. What numbers do you have? And I'll tell you what I have in MGM.
I have Austin Cindric first choice at plus 380. I have Joe. Oh, good.
I have him at 300.
I have Joey Logano at 5-1.
Wow. I only have him at 425.
I have Harvick at plus 575.
425. Dude, we gotta figure this out. Those are some incredible numbers.
I got Ryan Blaney at 7-1.
625.
And Chase Briscoe at 7-1.
That's the same number.
Yeah, so those are my top 5.
Do those numbers, do you think that Austin Cindric, because obviously if we're betting that, we're not betting Austin Cindric.
Right.
Do you think Austin Cindric is the best Ford driver?
I think if I was going to bet 2 Fords on Sunday, I would probably take my chances with Kevin Harvick and Ryan Blaney.
Ooh. I thought you were going to go Blaney and Briscoe.
I mean, I wrote down. I wrote down notes on Chase. I think that he's definitely going to contend for a top 10. Definitely. But if somebody else, another Ford, gets in front of him, no.
Go to these races real quick and see who the top Ford was, starting in Daytona. I know Joey Logano is top Ford in probably 2 of them.
All right, the Daytona Road Course. Hold on now. All right, so the Daytona Road Course in February, Joey Logano finished second and was the top Ford.
Blaney was like 3rd or 4th, right?
The next Ford was Keselowski in 5th place and Harvick in 6th place.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
Ryan Blaney finished 15th.
Okay.
What other road courses did you want me to look at?
All of them.
All right, hold on. Let me pull up the NASCAR schedule real quick. All right, Watkins Glen, the first Ford was Harvick in 8th. At Road America, the first Ford was Chase Briscoe in 6th. And just to check who was after him, it was Matty D, 11th. Keselowski, 13th. So Ford shit the bed at Road America. Totally shit the bed. At Sonoma, Joey Logano, 4th, was the first Ford. At Coda, Joey Logano, 3rd. Jesus Christ. And Chase Briscoe, 6th. Yeah, so maybe Joey Logano to be the top Ford.
So listen.
5-1 is the play.
But look, you bet. I don't think you can go out and bet just one.
Yeah, you got to take
randomness that's there.
You got to take.
But I think. But look, you're in a situation where the numbers that you got, you could take 3 and still make 2 units.
Man, but you know what though, Coop? If you get burned, you're going to drop 3 units.
True. Good point.
I think Joey Logano has to, based on what we just went through, I think that Joey Logano has to be one of them. And then basically you're picking between Harvick and Briscoe, I think. Really.
Mm-hmm. But nowhere in there was Austin Cindric. He wasn't in any of the ones that you mentioned. He was the top Ford, the second top Ford, third top Ford.
No. Not even Ryan Blaney, to be honest. Yeah, so who's the second Ford you take? Do you take
that's hard.
You take your chances on Briscoe at 7-1, or do you take Harvick?
Like, it's hard to click on Chase Briscoe over
It is.
Blaney, Blaney, Harvick, and Logano.
It is. Assuming
I know that, right.
You're going to take Logano.
I know what you mean. Yeah, but it's hard to click on them.
Yeah, it is. It is.
But I think that's an exploitable bet.
But he's been so good, Coop. He really has.
But the thing is, though, I'll guarantee you those numbers go down after qualifying and after practice.
Oh,
they're not going to do that.
I agree.
They're not going to do that. So if you go and bet it, you need to bet it now.
You have to assume, unless Austin Cindric hangs a incredible number in practice and qualifying, he probably is not going to be the first choice to be the top Ford.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I'm with you.
Clay
But,
Collard. Clay Collard starts at 9:30. Kyle, that hasn't started yet.
But I think that's a very exploitable bet that we got to jump on somehow. I mean, your numbers that you have are incredible. I thought my numbers were good. You have really good numbers.
I'm going to take Joey Logano at 5-1. I don't know who I'm going to take second. Because I think Kevin Harvick and Chase Briscoe probably have an equal chance.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess at that point you go to the odds, right? One of them is 7-1, and one of them's plus 575.
I will tell you, when I was watching the Xfinity practice today, Kevin Harvick, he's not in a stud car, so to say, for Xfinity. He was meandering like 18th, 19th, 20th in practice. And then he either got behind A.J. Allmendinger or behind Austin Cindric. I think it was one of those two. It was behind somebody with a lot of experience on the road courses. And he jumped to the top of the charts. He was third fastest. So, I mean, he's obviously learned something. So I don't know. But Briscoe, again, you got Briscoe. He's coming in with a lot of confidence based upon his results that he's had. He's the defending champion in the Xfinity on this track, so that's going to boost his confidence. So it's tough. But I thought that was the most interesting bet.
Yes, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take Joey Logano now at 5-1, and then I'll probably take the second person after I see practice sessions.
Okay.
That's probably what I'll.
Top Chevy, I assume you're staying away, no interest whatsoever.
I think. Well, let me ask you. The only guy we haven't really spoke about is Kyle Busch. Do you think that he's one of those guys that could hit the top 5 with the rest of them?
Oh
yeah. So if I was going to take a top Toyota, I would take Chris Bell because he's going to be the best odds, and I think that they all have a chance to. The days are gone about talking about like the big 3 at Toyota and then Chris Bell. Chris Bell is no fucking joke in that Gibbs equipment. So I think that while he's not as accomplished as the other 3 guys, he's just as talented. You have to start lumping him in with the big 3 at Gibbs. Yeah. Just like we're never going to get 50-1 on Gibbs to win a road race in Xfinity ever again. We got it one time, and now he's 5-1 every race, right? I think you take your chance on Chris Bell and hope it goes your way.
Team of winning car.
God, it's so hard to get away from Hendrick because of Chase. I think that there are more Gibbs cars that can win the race than any other team. But I think that Chase Elliott is so much more likely to win that race than any Gibbs car on Sunday that it's tough. It's tough.
So the last 2 bets that I have written down is Joe Gibbs to win at plus 230 and Toyota to win at plus 250.
Yeah, I have Toyota.
For the exact same reason of what you just said.
You got 4 shots to win the
4
race.
shots.
Yep.
And I know that one shot is the only other shot is Chase Elliott.
I can't argue with that.
I don't think Larson's going to do it this week. I think he's going to have a top 5, good solid run, so on and so forth. But I don't think he competes for the win.
I can't argue with that. I have Toyota right now at my book at plus 250, and you have 4 legitimate chances to win the race. So yeah, I can't argue with that. I mean,
look, I'm going to bet one, if not both. All right, because I like those numbers, 4 against 1. All right, and if I lose, man, hell of a job, Chase Elliott. Hell of a job.
Yeah, you know what, Coop? I'll probably bet that with you. And if we lose it, chances are during the race, we're probably going to be on Chase Elliott at some point anyway, if it looks like he's going to win.
If we lose it, I'm not going to be disappointed because I know the back thought process of it.
Yeah.
It made complete sense. I'm having 4 drivers who have a legitimate chance to win versus 1.
And maybe even the first 4 drivers that you would pick to win the race after Chase Elliott.
You scared me.
Why?
You scared me. Because we were talking about Toyota, and then you put this big maybe in there. And I'm like, no, you're not going to fucking say Bubba Wallace.
No. Are you out of your fucking high, bro? Are you crazy?
That's the first thing that came out of my mind, man. We're talking Toyota. You say maybe. We've talked those other 4 drivers. I'm like, no way.
Bro, I mean, come on. All right, so yeah, I'll tell you what. I agree. I agree wholeheartedly with that take, and I'll probably make that bet. I'll probably bet Toyota plus 250 because I know. If it looks like Chase Elliott's going to win the race on Sunday, chances are you and I are going to be on him anyway. And even if it's just to bet some money on him to back myself up for that Toyota bet, I'm good with that. I'll probably be on that Toyota plus 250 winning manufacturer also. I like that.
You're just going to take one of them. You're just going to take the one that you have the better odds on, right? You're not going to take both of them like I'm thinking.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm going to take Toyota plus 250, which I have the better odds.
Right. I mean, you got to understand, though. I mean, my bets are 10 to 20% less than what yours are. So,
right.
Makes perfect sense. Whereas I'm more willing to gamble and take a shot on both of them. So I'm only laying, $50 to $100.
All right, so the last thing before we go, I know we normally give the people a matchup we like. I don't see a matchup that I really like. Maybe you can make an argument to take Chris Bell at plus 116 over Denny Hamlin. But you have just as much of a chance to lose that bet as you do to win that bet, really. Mm-hmm. So I even though the odds probably justify that you take a chance on that, I don't like it enough to bet it. Going down the list of all the matchups that I have here, I don't see much that I like. I agree with you. Kurt Busch over Keselowski makes sense. Do I want to lay minus 135 on a matchup? Not really.
So if I had to, obviously my favorite bet is Martin Truex top 5 plus 105. But I know everybody can't get that. All right.
What do you think about Ross Chastain minus 110 against Tyler Reddick?
Too close. I think Tyler Reddick's one of them drivers who can top 10, and he can. Look, listen. We were really confident last week that you pulled up Chase Briscoe against Matty D. Okay, we were like, man, we love Briscoe. Book it, bang it, do it, love it. All right. Well, Briscoe ended up beating him, but he beat him by 2 spots.
Yeah.
All right. Like, that's the thing I can think, like, with Reddick and Chastain. You know, Reddick's been really good here recently. You've talked about it, him personally, pulling out top 10 after top 10, you know. And, you know, I could see Reddick could finish 9th. Chastain can finish 11th. He's in that group. That's why I want to stay away from the top 10.
All right, so the very last thing before we wrap up, we didn't talk about group winners. Was there a group that liked anybody?
There were none out there that I liked. Nope. There was not any out there.
What do you think? What do you think about taking Chris Bell at plus 220 and Joey Logano at plus 320 over Allmendinger and Byron?
I mean, I like it, but I could also see it losing. I mean, Allmendinger, as bad as I talked about him, I still think you got to give him, you know, he's a good driver.
I think that I think you got the 2 best cars though by a wide margin, don't you think?
Yeah. But I mean, to me, that's what all these group bets are this year. They're like, there's nothing out there that I really like. Like last week, you know, when I took Stenhouse, like I didn't take Stenhouse because Stenhouse is great. I took him because the other 3 drivers sucked. All right. I got fortunate enough to win. I don't see anything out there this week, whether it's 1 driver or 2 drivers versus 2.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree. I don't see a lot of angles like
right. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the numbers are going to change. You know, when they change, they're not going to change in our favor because of practice or qualifying. And then 2, we're coming off of a road race, you know, so they have a better idea.
I think Chris Bell is going to be safely in the top 10. The only thing that's stopping me from betting him is that minus 130 to hit the top 10. But man, I think that he's going to be so good. I think that I'll tell you what, like I might take him in the top 5 at plus. I think it was like, yeah, I might take a shot on him to hit the top 5 at plus 270 because I think he's going to be really, really good. Maybe I take him to hit the top 5 and I back myself up with him to hit the top 10. And if he loses both, so be it, I guess.
Right. Yep. So, I mean, again, like the one bet I'd give out was Truex. I know everybody can't get it, but the other bet that I would give out, you know, I'm like with Keg, there's nothing out there that I really love. I mean, I like it. I love that Keselowski versus Kurt Busch, but I'm not paying that number for Kurt Busch. The other bet that I like the most is Toyota to win the race at plus 250. I really like the fact that you can get 4 drivers against Chase Elliott.
All right, Coop. So I'm going to have a couple spreadsheet. Probably I'll throw 1 or 2 spreadsheet plays on the spreadsheet this week. I'm not sure what they're going to be right now. Based on us going through the numbers, Joey Logano to be the top 4 at 5-1 could definitely be one of them, taking a shot. I like Coop's Toyota play at plus 250 to be the winning manufacturer because you're probably getting the 4 best drivers aside from Chase Elliott to win that race. So I like his thought process there in terms of top Toyota. If you can get his play on Truex to hit the top 5 at plus 105, I think it's a great bet. Not sure if you can get that, But if you can, I think it's a great play. I might throw a little money on Chris Bell to hit the top 5 and the top 10. Aside from that, it'll just be mostly Coop and I live betting on Sunday afternoon. All right, so just to wrap NASCAR up with a bow.
Hey, you want to talk about Xfinity real quick?
That's what I was going to say. Before we're done with NASCAR.
Sorry. Go ahead.
What was the Xfinity winner that you loved?
What odds do you have on them?
Say it again.
What odds do you have?
On who?
To win.
On who to win?
All right. How many drivers do you think can win that race tomorrow?
I think Ty Gibbs can win. I think AJ Allmendinger can win. I think Austin Cindric can win. I think Kevin Harvick might be able to win if everything goes right for him. I guess I'll say what equipment is Brandon Jones in the Xfinity race and Austin Dillon?
Don't know. Austin Dillon wasn't competitive at all today in practice.
All right, so granted, I did not have a chance to watch practice sessions today because it was Abby's birthday and I was out with her. But without watching practice, I'll say Cindric, Allmendinger, Gibbs, and Harvick.
Okay. So prior to practice, my thought process was there's 3 drivers who can win this race, possibly a 4th. Allmendinger, Cindric, and Ty Gibbs.
Okay.
And as it went on, the more I thought about Justin Allgaier. Because, he was up there last week. He's a solid road course driver. And he's good on flat. But after watching practice, man, Allgaier shit the bed.
Okay.
He shit the bed. All right. So after watching practice, I think there's 2 others that you need to, add to that list, and they would fall behind Allgaier. One is Sam Meyer, who ended up having the fastest speed, I think, either the first or the second.
He's 20 to 1 right now. Who else?
Yeah. And he was solid last week too. And then the other one is Justin Haley. He was consistently up there too. I think they're a distance away from those top 3. So heading into this week, my thought process was, after I saw the odds initially break, was Ty Gibbs. He's 4 to 1.
Well, yeah. That was our thought process last week. Take the guy at 5 to 1 that had the best odds to win of the 3. Yeah.
Right. And then, he went to 450 yesterday.
Yeah.
Then the day before practice, he went back to 400.
Yeah.
Now he's back to 450.
Yeah.
He wasn't impressive in practice. He ended up with the 9th best speed. He went out, ran some laps, and then he sat in the garage and for a long, long time. And you would think that he would come out and go faster, but his speed wasn't there. So I don't know if he's holding something back or what, but that was my thought process. And my thought process behind Ty Gibbs was he's raced in 3 road courses this year. He's won 2 of them, and the other one he finished 3rd. Okay,
So this big epiphany was back the guy we backed last week in the road course that won?
Yeah.
Well,
Most
okay. Yeah, I thought you were going to come at me with the heat. I thought you were bringing a 20-1 shot. No shit, back Jokey. No, I know to back Ty Gibbs. Hey, come on, bro.
Let me finish at least.
All right, guys.
All right. So he's driving the 54. The 54, has won 4 out of the 5 road course races. Okay. Darn good car. Okay.
Yeah.
So, the last piece to that, to me thinking of Ty Gibbs, all right, is that he can race to win the entire race. All right. He's not racing for points. He's racing for wins because he's not part of the championship, piece. Whereas Allmendinger and Cindric, could be fighting for, stage points and things like that. So they may stay out. The strategy may not benefit them, where it could benefit a Ty Gibbs. So, but, after watching what I saw today, I can't bet him right now at 4.5 to 1 now.
So you're saying we gotta look to see how he does tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah. He was disappointing today. Like I said, he could have been holding back. I don't know. We'll see. But, honestly, AJ Allmendinger only ran 6 laps. And he ended up being like 4th or 5th fastest. Cindric ran a bunch of laps. And he was either 1st or 2nd with Meyer. But
I have no idea what your schedule is tomorrow, but I'll be live on for that race. You're welcome to join me if you're free.
Yeah, I have to check with the wife. We'll go from there. But
yeah,
the other piece that I'm kind of leaning towards Allmendinger because he said his car was really good. That's why I only ran 6 laps. He didn't need to run anymore, he said. And if we go back to this flat track, we go back to this braking, we go to Martinsville, AJ Allmendinger is very good at Martinsville. It's probably his best track outside of a road course.
All right.
But I can't bet him at like 185 or whatever.
Yeah, he's plus 230 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can, yeah. I'm not going to go in with a pre-race bet. I'll watch it live and see who I like. I'll be on for anybody watching. I'll be on tomorrow, probably about 3:45. The race starts at 4. I'll be on during the race, and then I'll be back on Sunday with Coop for the Cup race.
I apologize, Keg. I let you down, man.
You let me down, bro. I thought you were fucking bringing the heat. I thought that you were going to come at me with Keg. You need to bet this guy right now. He's 18-1. It's a fucking winner, bro. And then I thought you were coming at me with the heat.
Hey, I'm saving the heat. I'm saving the heat for 2 more weeks, baby. I have one lined up already.
What's in 2 weeks?
Daytona.
Oh, boy.
I'm bringing the heat. I got a bet, and you just better hold on to it, buddy.
You better fucking tell Denny Hamlin you're bringing the heat because he seems to be really good there lately.
Yeah, he does. But it's not Denny Hamlin, so don't worry about that.
All right. I'll be counting on the heat, Coop.
I can already tell you ain't gonna like it.
So just to recap the bets before we start hanging out all night for MMA. We're probably both going to be at Joey Logano to be the top Ford at 5-1. I'll wait until qualifying's over to take the second Ford that I think will be in the mix. I'm going to tail Coop on that top Toyota play at plus 250. His logic is sound, and I agree with it. And we mentioned multiple people we thought were live to hit the top 10 at plus money. You guys could go back and watch that. We're probably not going to bet any of them, but, a couple of those top 10 guys are live. And finally, Coop's on plus 105, Martin Truex Jr. to hit the top 5. I don't have that number anywhere. If you guys have that number, then hop on it with Coop. You're welcome to. If I'm looking at anybody for the top 5 and the top 10, it's probably going to be Chris Bell to sneak into the top 5 at plus 270 and the top 10 at minus 130. I think that's a pretty safe bet. And that puts a bow on NASCAR for pre-race picks. And we'll be back live on Sunday for that Cup race. And there you have it. All right, now let's shit out some low-level MMA. Gavin, take me to the fucking promised land, bro.
Hey, time out real quick. Is Gavin available?
Gavin is here right now, yeah.
I was just putting on a master class with Paul Felder in UFC 4.
So you have colored fight doesn't go the distance. Are these 3 rounds or 5 rounds tonight?
3.
Okay. So I have under 2.5 is plus 190. Over 2.5 is minus 225. Obviously,
Whoa, you better take that doo-doo ass line off the board then. Jesus.
You're thinking plus 1. You're thinking the under 2.5 plus 190, right?
No, he's taking the fight doesn't go the distance, Coop. That means instead of it being under 2.5 rounds, it's under 3 rounds, which would be the whole fight, basically.
I don't have that. Well, hold on. No, I do. Hold on. Never mind. Hold on. Time out. I do. I'm not experienced in MMA like y'all, so bear with me.
Did I get the wrong number?
No. I have will the fight go the distance? No, 165.
There you go.
That's what I have. Okay, Jesus. I'm like, wow, did I just have a bum number?
So what do you think it can go under 2.5? At 190?
It could, but with Collar being a cardio guy, I'm going to want that extra 2.5 minutes in my back pocket because he could win if he just overwhelms and the guy gasses and he gets a finish on the feet. If they're on the mat, he could easily work his way to a submission with his skill set. So that's the thought process, at least. I wanted that extra 2.5 minutes.
All right, so what now I want to get like all situated here because I wanted to put my full attention towards breaking down NASCAR with Coop. What fight are we at in PFL? What fight are we at in Bellator right now, Gav?
I was on mute. PFL is the Martinez fight
Against Rajabov?
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that fight? I thought that first of all, I thought Rajabov won the first fight against Martinez. I went back and I watched it.
A hell of a scrap too.
I went back and watched it. I thought he got robbed. I'll be honest. I thought he got robbed. I thought he won that fight. And I think that's why he was like a minus 200 favorite tonight, right? To win tonight. You don't often see the guy that lost a minus 200 favorite in the rematch.
The 26-year-old.
You don't often see that. So I think I thought he won that fight. I thought that was just awful judging, really. But I didn't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Coop.
No, I was going to say real quick, man, this other dude you have down there, Magomedov, or whatever his name is, I'll call him Mago.
Sorry, Coop. There's like literally 4 different guys with Magomed in either their first name or their last name. And this is the guy, Magomedov.
Yeah,
He's
Tyler. They're all from Dagestan, all of them.
Is he fighting a guy named
The guy that we're talking about?
Yeah, the guy that you have on down there to submit.
He's fighting Stotes. Ralphie and Stotes.
Okay, very good. Hold on 1 minute, because I was going to ask you, where did you get the that number? Because mine was just plus 160 for submission. I was looking at the,
that's the other one. That's like Magomed Cheripov or something like that. Okay. Sabit's brother.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Very good. Now I see it.
I saw Tyler earlier ask me, Tyler, are you still here? He said, Keg, I got a Bellator play I think you'll like. Magomedov by unanimous decision at plus 120. What do you think about that, Gav? I know you're on the sub prop, right?
Yeah, I think you're basically coin flipping of whether he finishes it or whether he wins it by decision, because I don't think there's any way there's no gas tank issues to worry about where he would lose the third even if he bagged the first two. Like, I don't hate it, but I guess it's basically a way to get a little bit better value on Magomed by the points, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, and then the other, y'all were on Ray Cooper?
Joey's on Cooper to beat McDonald.
Money line.
Yeah, I think so. Let me check. Joey is on Cooper at plus 140 to beat Rory McDonald.
All right, Keg, man. I'm going to jump off. I might jump back on in a little bit.
All right, brother.
All right. Good show.
Joey, I think I sent you the invite earlier. So let me make sure I actually did. Oh, I didn't. All right, I'm going to send that to Joey now. I'm going to send an invite to Steve, too.
I was just saying, like, wow, Bestayev is actually looking all right. He had the length advantage and was using a ton of, like, teep kicks to the body and the John Jones kind of side leg kick. And then he just gets sparked with a hook, ends up on his back, but now they're back up.
Who's he fighting? Guerder?
Yeah. There's no way I was laying that money with Guerder.
That was a fucking long show. We just did an hour and 45 minutes breaking down that NASCAR.
One NASCAR race?
One NASCAR race, an hour and 45 minutes.
Did you talk about the quality of each piston in every car or what?
You know what? We did not. We did not.
That must have been the one thing you didn't cover in an hour and 40 minutes.
Chris, how am I doing tonight on PFL? I have not placed one bet yet on Bellator or PFL. I wanted to make sure that I broke down this NASCAR race to a fine powder. But I'm going to look now. I watched some tape earlier in the week on some of the guys. Obviously, Magomedov, last guy to beat Piotr Jan. Well, I guess aside from Aljo. But that was kind of funky. He lost to Aljo even though he was beating him. So technically, last guy to beat Jan was Magomedov, who I would love to see at 135 pounds in the UFC. Like, I'm looking forward to that.
There's no reason for him to jump over to 130 with bantamweight in terms of the ringer that it is right now. Like, just dominate Bellator and build up the marketing, and then maybe do the Michael Chandler route, 1 or 2 fights to the title shot.
You think he's the eventual champion at 135 pounds of Bellator?
It's still early. Like,
Tell you what, bro, I saw a decent amount of people taking Stotts at plus 310.
I see a route where I guess it could happen, but this involves Stotts staying on his feet for an extended period of time against a relentless chain wrestler with a multitude. I couldn't believe that sub prop, man. If we lose that, so be it. But 5-1 for when he's almost $2 to win inside the distance, and most of his finishes have come by submission recently. Like,
I totally agree. Totally agree. I'm gonna bet that now, actually.
I think Magomedov gets it to the ground. I think it basically becomes whatever way he wants to get it done.
Will he submit him or will he ride it out to a decision, right?
I think there's certainly a ground and pound angle, dude. We've seen, half decent wrestlers in Bellator be more successful than this guy.
Yeah. But I mean, he's 5-1 to win by knockout, bro. I
don't understand.
That if he's going to
No. That's wrong. That's wrong, dude. He was like $4 to win on the money line.
Magomedov?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now. Magomedov to win by KO plus a nickel to win by
plus a nickel. I thought you said 5. Oh, yeah. No, you're right. I'm a dummy.
Yeah, plus a nickel, and then to win by submission plus 550. Joey says if he doesn't get a sub, does he lose? I mean, I think that he could just use ground control to win a decision. That's why he's minus 165 by decision. I think that's probably your most likely outcome. I think that's why Tyler was looking at the unanimous decision plus 120.
Yeah, it's a better way to get value on the by decision or just by points strictly.
Right. Because he's minus 165 to win by decision. But I do think that he could definitely get a submission off.
A 85 or 90 cent spread between those two bets just seems wide. So that just in that inherently is minus 160 light, or is minus 160 too heavy, or is plus 132 light?
You're talking about the unanimous decision?
Yeah.
Because I think that if he wins a decision, it's going to be unanimous. It's going to be because he's not winning this fight striking on the feet. How does
Stotts win? You don't think he wins a striking battle on the feet?
I don't know. I mean, I took a quick look at Stotts' stand-up game. It didn't look terrible. I mean, it's not like Magomedov's knocking people out on the feet. Just
very true. But you got to remember, and especially these lower level guys, man, when you are a guy that or gal that succeeds well in the stand-up game at these lower level, fight divisions, be it Bellator, PFL, LFA, whatever the case may be. Like Stotts, I don't know. They're much more worried about being shot on because their takedown defense is worse than somebody who's already been able to make it through the lower levels and into something like the UFC. You know what I mean? Like it's one thing, to know when you're going to stand and trade. If they were in a boxing match, it's probably much more coin flippy. But
you're saying the fear of the takedown neutralizes a lot
100%.
of it. Yeah, I'll buy. I guess I'll buy that.
And these lower level guys, they go about it, or gals, they go about it one of two ways. They're either completely shy on the trigger to where they're on their back foot the whole time, or they're crashing in to try and close the distance, and then they just end up putting themselves in a worse position on their back.
Yeah, I guess I see your point there. You almost have to be afraid of the takedown.
You have to get more than 9 minutes on the feet for Stotts to have a chance at winning this fight, and I don't see that happening.
I don't see that happening either. I mean, like Magomedov is like a fucking barnacle attached to the bottom of a ship, bro.
Dude, he's like, stink on shit. I mean, getting that guy off is rough.
And if you see a lot of the way that he wins these fights by submission, are people giving up their back when they're trying to get up?
Much more frequently at lower divisions.
Which is kind of why I like that submission prop, because I can definitely see Stotts giving up his back to get on his knees and try to work his way up and just getting choked to death.
If Magomedov gets 60 seconds on his back, this fight is over.
Yeah, I think I think that's the play. I think you're right. I'm betting that right now. I'm gonna take the chance with you at 5.5 to 1 that he gets a submission. If he doesn't, he doesn't. I mean, it's a plus 550. Your break even on plus 550 is what? Let's see. I don't know off the top of my head what your break even point is on plus 550.
I just wanted to turn the fan off, so hopefully I have less background noise.
I want to say it's somewhere around 16%. It is 15.4. 16% of the time, does he choke this guy out? Yeah.
He's winning this 8 to 9 times out of 10. At least 3 of those are by submission.
Totally agree. So if your break-even point's 15.4%, I think that's the play. I think you identified the right spot.
Well, we'll see if it cashes. Then it'll be the right spot.
Well, if it doesn't, that just means it's one of those 7 out of 10 times.
Does he lay and pray? Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, I'm riding the train with you. Here we go.
You know who I want to see him fight?
Oh,
Marab.
Davalishvili?
That fight would go on for 15 minutes. Someone would be attached onto a leg for 12 of those 15 minutes.
I mean, he would definitely have to leave Bellator for that to happen.
Yeah, that would be interesting, though.
Who's winning this fight right now, this Rajabov fight?
I haven't been watching that as much as the Bellator one.
So what other I saw that Joey had Larissa Pacheco in a parlay for next week. I think that she's going to maul that girl, bro. I think she's really good. And I hope she goes to the UFC with Kayla Harrison. I think that those are clearly the 2 best women right now in PFL by a mile, Pacheco and Harrison. So, I mean, I don't even think it's close. I think that Pacheco is going to just destroy her opponent, Guardado. Somebody asked me, do I think that Cannonier beats Gastelum next week? I do. I've been holding off because I want to see if the odds are going to continue to go down.
Dude, Werder ate a shot very similar to, was it Gloria DePaula, who basically was getting up from the ground, and the minute that she took her hands off the mat, ate the kick from Cheyenne Buys, right? Remember that clip?
Yo,
Yeah.
That just happened?
imagine calling someone 18-1 and 16-1 lower level.
Bro.
Come on, bro. Are you kidding? These guys are fucking good.
All can crushers.
These guys are good. You don't think they could win in the UFC?
Depending on who you put them up against, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
What's going
How
on,
many
Joe?
fighters in the UFC are there because COVID happened and, they got a late replacement and then the 2-3 fight extension, like shit, there's a ton of those guys.
Yeah, so who the hell are you calling lower level?
Joseph.
Bro, this is some low-ass level fighting. I don't care what way you cut it, call it, describe it.
Out of you. They would all beat the fuck out of you.
Oh, brother, never.
Wait a minute. The bar can't be that they'll beat me up. I mean, no shit. What are you talking about? I mean, come on. You got the librarian beating me up. That can't be the bar.
I mean, the bar, 18-1, 16-1. Like, are you kidding me?
Bro, we got to look at these 16, 18 wins. I mean, who are we actually fighting here?
Who is that? Is that the Magomedov Stotts fight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a lot of people today in MMA journalism taking the shot on Stotts to beat Magomedov.
Bro, at the price, it's Stotts or pass for me. Dead ass.
Well, unless you're gonna take a prop.
True.
Like, I don't mind 5-1 on Magomedov to get a submission, because I think that could definitely happen.
Right.
I would love to see Larissa Pacheco in the UFC, though, Joe.
Oh, I got her in that parlay.
I know.
She's about to beat on this girl.
I might throw her in a parlay with fucking Jared Cannonier for next week.
I may just fucking pick her inside the distance, like whenever that line comes out.
Bro, she is really good.
Yeah.
I want to see her and Kayla Harrison in the UFC. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, boys.
All right, bro. I can't see the fucking chat anymore.
Yeah, according to Coop, you can't see the chat anymore because I'm a dictator and I shut the chat off on you. So
what an authoritarian this is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put the YouTube link, Joe, and I shut the chat off on you. I'm putting the YouTube link in the private chat so you could see the chat.
Yeah, I got it. We're good.
All right, I'll be right back.
Cheese Delgado in the house. What's good, Gavin? Oh, you're out too? It's just Joey Work Show.
What's going on, man? Yeah, no, we just got a bunch of cans throwing hands at each other tonight. What's not to love?
Yeah, for real. For real.
What am I hearing? Are you snoring over there, or what's going on?
What?
Are you snoring?
That's my computer, bro. This shit's about to fucking break.
Jesus. This thing sounds like it's huffing and puffing.
Bro, that's the fan. It just fucking, I don't have my other computer. That shit is just.
It sounds like you're mad close to the mic, just.
It's the fucking fan. It just won't stop. As long as the computer's on, the fan just keeps going. This is the one yeah. It is what it is.
Bro, I can't believe that shot that Gwerder just ate. from Bestev. Like the same one where, remember what I was talking about when Cheyenne Buys kicked Gloria DePaulo as she was getting up from the ground, and it was almost striking a grounded fighter, but like they pull their hands up a split second and then you just crack him in the face. Like he just ate a shot and survived. Whew.
So
That was a nice little scrap right there.
So you can't get Bellator anywhere on all shores.
I've just had Showtime forever because I'm a just diehard Billions fan. So I'm like, do I cancel it every time the show goes off? I'm like, fuck, it's $7 a month or whatever, $10 a month.
Yeah. It's fucking. Probably better put my headphones in.
God, I felt bad having a little, fan in the background over here, given it's still 6:30 and kind of hot from all the fucking concrete in LA and all that heat just sits and retains. And here we are. It sounds like we're in a fucking ventilation tunnel on Joey's stream.
I'm about to put this shit fucking. I usually use my other computer, but I left that shit over. Is this any better? It's gotta be.
There you go.
Yeah. Fucking sound is there. This shit's about to go. So who else we like on this card?
Oh, dude, it's not many spots that I really like. So I just took a couple D-Gen shots and we'll ride it out. People punch each other in the face and live to fight another day, even if everything loses. So I got the ones at the bottom. I also got now look, I talked to Keg about the Cooper McDonald, fight, obviously. And we came down on a similar side where, gun to my head, I think Cooper wins the fight, and I think you're on the right side. But I also took a little stab on Rory McDonald via sub at plus 550. Why the hell not?
Yeah, do your thing.
I wasn't already on it before the fight. A lot of people are on it. So I don't know if I would bet that if I'm already holding the Cooper. I'm probably just trying to ride out a win. But
yeah, I'm not betting that.
For shit. So, oh boy, this is when it gets really greasy. You ready for this? So, Saba Hamasi via KO plus 650. Saba Hamasi round 1 KO plus 1100.
Jesus.
I mean, like if we're not taking shots on this grimy ass card, like, what are we even here for?
I mean, I'm with it.
I mean, Korshov is a tough son of a bitch, man. And the narrative, I think, is that people are feeling that he's lost it, but the line isn't really reflecting it because he's still like a $4 favorite. And Hamasi's still got that, dude. He's live for the first 5 minutes. Now, he was a little bit more patient in his Paul Daly fight and it was not the Daly fight was where he blew his load trying to finish him in the first, but has shown better patience prior to that. So we'll see. 6.5? 6.5 and 11-1. Why not? And then I took Mousasi round 4 plus 900, Mousasi round 5 plus 1200. And lastly, Davion Franklin round 2 KO plus 550.
I'm with that.
Thing and Cummins survives the first because Franklin was like, dude, plus 170 round 1 KO. That's like, That's starting to get into dangerous territory where I want better value if I'm going to take a 5-minute knockout. But I think that 5.5, where at least if Cummins can just survive the first 5 minutes, I think that is super live for the next 5.
Yeah. Like, bro, you're calling fucking Musasi like lower level? Like, are you kidding me?
Bro, Salter's a greasy fucking vet, man. He's been through it.
I'm just saying, you called everybody on this card that. Like, these guys are fucking good.
I never said Musasi was low level.
I mean, you implied.
Come on, Rory McDonald, Roy Cooper, that's a hell of a scrap.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But 80% of the fights tonight are just a bunch of tomato cans with arms swinging at each other. Fucking Campbell's soup cans literally waddling forward, plodding on their fucking non-bouncy for shit feet.
Bro,
no head movement. Actually, I'll tell you what, Silva had some pretty good head movement in his fight against who is he the 2.5 to 1 favorite or 2.5 to 1 dog against? Oh, all these crazy Bellator names are already starting to run together.
So, what do you think about the next fight, Collard? This fucking PFL.
Where are we at with PFL? I've had Bellator on. My PFL stream keeps going on or going off.
I guess shit. My shit's got PFL on. Just because on ESPN, I'm fucking in a hotel. Yeah, here though. Daniel McGill, what's good, bro? You still hear that shit or no?
No, not anymore. You're good.
All right. Word. Did you bet Pacheco for next week or what? Next week, I could fuck with a couple of these fights next week. Kayla Harrison's fighting again next week.
I was gonna say, what promotion are we talking next week?
PFL.
Kayla Harrison, dude. Oh my! Look at Everett Cummins, bro. This is as. Oh Jesus, that's a tough body heavyweight right there, man.
Bro, they're fucking even the next week after that.
Yeah, I got a couple spots for the UFC card next week. I don't know if I'll dig in much to PFL because we got the UFC back, but
what is next week? 190. No. What's the fucking title next week? Roy Val's next week?
For PFL or UFC?
No, UFC. Roy Val's next week.
I don't know.
That should be fun. Killer. Jay Sherman about to beat that ass. Like, did you look into that fight?
No, yeah. So I took Sherman Porter goes the distance. What did I get that at? Hold on. I don't even remember what book I bet this at.
Bro, Chase Sherman's about to beat that ass. I wouldn't be surprised if he finishes him, bro. No joke.
Come on, guy. I took Pantoja. Royval does not go to decision at plus 130.
I'm with that.
Royval just pushes a pace that, Pantoja is definitely okay with just kind of slow striking, but I don't think that Royval just lets him sit there and stare a little bit like they did with Askarov. I think he forces some action in this, and Royval he almost got sparked by Kai Kara France in his fight before he jumped on his back. I thought it was like he was, but I do like Royval generally with moving to full-time MMA. I think over the last 9 to 10 months, something like that. So we should see some pretty good strides from him fight to fight. But I'm also a big Pantoja guy.
What the price is Royval plus 150?
140.
He's down to 140. I thought it was.
Where'd that number move from?
It's like 10, 15 cents, 150, 155, depending on where it opened.
My fucking house is like Grand Central Station, bro.
Mine sounds like a military base. You hear fucking sirens going down one end, then you hear a fucking helicopter going over, then you hear a plane way over the top of you, like at the airport. It's just a fucking mess over here.
I got my daughter here. I got my mother here. I got my sister here.
Dude, that's a lot of estrogen inside 4 walls.
Yeah, my daughter's 13th birthday was today. Abby turned.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Oh, teenager.
Yeah,
Let's
so
go.
she turns 13, right? So she's here. So they came over for dinner, and later on, I'll have to pop out real quick. Then fucking happy birthday, right? But then my mother and sister and father are taking her down the shore tomorrow for a week. So she's going to leave tonight, sleep at my mom's, and then they're all going to go down the shore for the week. Now I might run down there maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, go down there for a few days, but we have all the content on the weekend, so I can't do it now. So they're over here picking her up. I got my mother in my fucking ear telling me that my dishes aren't clean enough. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Like I'll put the fucking dish in the dishwasher. It does its thing. It comes out. It's not clean enough for her. I'm like, Mom.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to do? You want me after it comes out of the dishwasher to give it a fucking hand wash? Like,
that's just mom. That's just mom.
Just settle down, Judy. Yeah. Settle down. Fuck.
Bro, what do you think about that Royval fight?
I think that kid has proven himself to be a really worthy competitor in that top 10 of the division. I think the only way that you can look is taking him at plus 140.
I'm with you there.
I think that's the only way you can look. I haven't personally bet it yet. I'm going to. It was one of the 4 or 5 plays over the next 2 weeks that I was like maybe thinking about throwing on the spreadsheet. I mean, if you want to throw them on the spreadsheet, you can. I'm gonna be on them at plus 140 either way, regardless if you throw it on, I throw it on. Yeah, I think. Don't get me wrong. I think that there are not many people that can beat Pantoja. He's a top 5 staple. He deserves to be. I don't know. There's just something about Brandon Royval, bro. There's just something about him. Like, it wouldn't shock me to see him fighting for the title in that division a couple fights from now.
I'm with you there.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah, I know he's your guy because you bro, I think last card, there were like 5 people that you interviewed on that card. I was counting them.
Pretty dope.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, definitely. But I'm really high on Jared Cannonier next week. I think he's gonna.
Yeah, he feels like if we don't get the price that we want, we find a Fiziev-ish type leg to attach him to get him to even money.
What is Cannonier?
He opened minus 240, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Since the Open, he's down to like minus 150.
I mean, you might as well wait now.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, what do you think the entry point is? Like minus 140 or below?
I mean, the closer
I was
to
going
the
to say
fight. What do
30,
you think's
but I
going
don't
to
know if it
happen
ever
from
gets
now to
there.
the closer to the fight? I mean, at this price now, I feel like it's just going to be more gas on money.
At this point right now, yeah, because you got a week still to go. Probably right, yeah. What did you think, Gab? Minus 130?
I thought 30, but now that I think about it, I don't know if it gets there. Maybe it does because people think that Gaslam's been implementing the wrestling dude. Try getting Jared Cannonier down at middleweight. Are you shitting me? That dude is
Honestly, I'm good with minus 142.
I'm good with minus one. I think I am too. But if he could stop all but one of Jack Hermansson's takedowns, Jack Hermansson is a pretty good measuring stick on whether or not you have a good takedown defense or not. Hermansson gets everybody to the ground.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like if you can go 5 out of 6, stop those takedowns, I'm not really worried about Kelvin Gastelum taking Jared Cannonier down. And if it's going to be a matchup on the feet, give me Cannonier all fucking day.
Yeah, seriously. That's without question.
Yeah.
So I'm at the point now where where does the buyback start? Like I want to grab it right before the buyback starts, where people start backing Cannonier and that line starts creeping up again. I don't know.
That's in like 5 days.
So you think that line's going to continue to drop, Joe?
At the price it is now, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, give me 10 more cents, and I would be comfortable taking them.
Oh yeah. What do you think about Parker Porter, Chase Sherman? You look into that at all?
You know, Gavin was talking about that fight actually for the last couple of weeks.
Chase Sherman's about to beat that ass.
I kind of like Chase Sherman. Like
he's about to beat that ass. Bro.
Now, was he the guy that fucked his leg up in his last fight?
Who did he fight last?
What weight class is Chase Sherman?
Heavyweight.
Yeah, wasn't he the guy that like tore his ACL or fucked his leg up in his last fight?
No, that was Jimmy Crute against the leg kick from Anthony Smith.
You're right. Yep, that was Jimmy Crute. I'm thinking about the wrong guy. You're right.
Fuck Jimmy, man. I had a bet on his ass. God damn it.
As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, you're right. I'm thinking about the wrong guy.
Chicken shit Anthony Smith. That was the only way he was winning that fight, was blowing Jimmy Crute's ACL out, and he sure as hell did it. Rat fuck.
So his last fight, he lost a 3-round decision to Andrei Arlovsky.
Yeah.
Sherman.
Bro, these are two fat, pillow-fisted individuals. This thing's going to the cards.
It might be, but I think Sherman just beats the fuck out of him.
When is Chris Daukaus fighting again?
They fucking keep pushing that fight back.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. I really wanted to bet him.
Sasha Platnikov is on this card too.
Yeah, that's a guy.
Yeah, he took some money. I
got
thought he
Roy
had
Val
some
here.
value
I
at
got
dog odds.
Fucking Austin Hubbard and Platnikov.
This is the card, bro. This is the card I was talking about.
I got a unit on Hubbard plus 115.
And Brian Kelleher.
Did I get Kelleher?
Yeah, I think you did. What about Gavin and I were talking about this the other night? Like the last 3 times that you saw a fight lined out with Abdul Razak Al Hassan, he was minus 300, minus 270, like crazy odds. Now he's minus 135 against Antonio Braga Nato. What do you guys think about that fight? Doesn't it seem like you're getting a discount on Al Hassan, right?
I already bet Neto coming off the layoff, like one of these guys who's fluxed between bigger divisions, who is trying to find, I think, a comfortable weight class. Like,
so you bet Neto?
No. I already bet Razak Al Hassan.
Oh, okay. What else did you bet already for this card coming up, Gav? What about Clay Guida, Mark Madsen? What do you guys think about that fight?
No shot. I'm touching that thing. Talk about two dust balls. They belong on tonight's cards.
Oh shit.
Bro.
Joey doesn't appreciate that Bellator hate.
The disrespect is unreal.
I mean, the last guy who just fought Cummins was fighting in fucking backyard events in the last 12 months. Like, come on.
Is
what
that
are we even
true?
talking about here?
Is that actually true?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
I mean, when you're on the card of
He's gonna knock down in 20 seconds. So, if that tells you anything.
When you're on the card of somebody's backyard, I mean.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. 18 months ago.
All right, so this Clay Collard fight, I wanted to find a way to back him. I was gonna throw him in a parlay with Larissa Pacheco next week to get that fight down to like plus
Who?
like 105. Clay Collard. What do you think? What do you think about this next PFL fight, Joe?
Who's he fighting?
Manfio.
Yeah.
I thought Clay Collard was the right side.
You bet him?
I didn't want to bet him alone because he's like minus 180. But I think I'm going to throw him in a parlay with Pacheco. Let me see what that pays.
You about to start right now.
Yeah, plus 105. Yeah, I'm going to bet that right now. Clay Collard and Larissa Pacheco plus 105.
Let's go.
Yep. I'll take my chances.
Bro, Pacheco ain't losing.
No way.
She's about to beat that ass.
If she went to the UFC, she would run through the majority of that division.
I agree.
Yeah, I guess I'll throw that at the bottom real quick for anybody that could bet it. Clay Collard, Larissa Pacheco plus 105. Collard plus Pacheco plus 105. Is there anything more frustrating than Tatiana Suarez fights getting pushed back after a 2-year layoff due to injury? I mean, that is just the fucking worst.
They're really trying to not allow me to win a mortgage payment. That's what's happening.
Like, I mean, she's like, I say it all the time. She's got the body of Bill Walton. I mean, she cannot stay healthy, bro. Can you imagine coming off a 2.5-year layoff due to injury, and then your comeback fight gets pushed back due to injury? How is that possible? How is that possible? Joey, when is your fucking boy fighting, bro? I've been waiting to put a nut on Corey Anderson forever. When is that fight happening?
September. Oh no, it's in October. October 16th, I want to say. In Arizona. Do I go out there? Do I just let it happen?
Last time I saw the odds on him, he was like almost a plus $3 underdog.
Where are you seeing those odds?
Now you got me thinking. Hold on, let me go check that fight odds real quick. Do you know what card that is, Joe? Bellator, the number?
Um, 268.
268.
Yeah. October 16th. Bader's hometown, Phoenix.
I saw odds for that fight, but they're all pulled off now other than tonight's event. But yeah, he was a pretty substantial dog when I saw the odds.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have probably $1,500 on him.
Let's go.
At whatever the odds are. Like, I want to say I saw him at +3 and change.
What?
Yeah, I'm not even joking. I thought I saw Bader -450.
What?
Yeah,
What? Where did you see that? Where did you see that?
you can't see it now because the only thing I see on Bellator are tonight's fights.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
but I thought that I saw him in the range of -450.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're gonna give me +250 or +275 or +300 on Corey Anderson to beat a dusty Ryan Bader, I mean, I'm gonna try to pick up 5K. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, 100%.
They've trained together before. Like, let's go.
I mean, Gavin, I don't know how high you are on like Ryan Bader.
At -450, are you nuts?
I mean, Corey Anderson is one of the 3 best light heavyweights on the planet right now. I really believe that. I really do believe that.
Corey Anderson beat Glover.
Think about this right now, right? I would say the 3, maybe the 4th, because I would probably put obviously Jan ahead of him. I would put Glover ahead of him. I would put Yuri.
Both of them.
But I mean, like, I think I would still put him behind them. If we're talking about overall rankings and what you've accomplished, I mean, Jan beat Izzy, like he's got multiple light heavyweight title defenses. I think I would still not to say that he wouldn't beat them again in a rematch, but if you were asking me to rank them based on, like, if you take a look at Glover's recent run in the last 18 months, it's been really impressive.
Yeah, the last person he lost to
was probably Corey Anderson. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So I would probably still rank them. Ahead of them, even though he has a win against both of them. Does he have a win against Jan?
No, he got knocked out by Jan as a main event.
He beat Jan the first time.
Oh, the second time he got. Okay, so they're 1-1.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So I would probably.
First fight was back in Nam.
I mean, like, so now we don't count it.
Hold on, I gotta look up. I'm like, dude, they fought okay, hold on.
What year was it?
2015.
Yeah. What fucking? So now we don't count it.
That's 6 years ago. How much you want to weigh that thing?
Damn, bro, I'm about to leave. You guys are fucking.
Wait a minute, you settled down. I just said I was going to put like 2,000 on him. What are you talking about? I'm on the fucking Corey Anderson train, bro. I'm on the Corey train. Like, I am literally going to put like over a month's rent on Corey to beat Ryan Bader.
He's beating Ryan Bader.
I think that he's in the top 4 light heavyweights in the world. I really do. Even if you said Jan, Glover, and maybe Yuri were ranked ahead of him, right? Based on what we've seen from Dominic Reyes lately, and even Alexander Rakic, I haven't been overly impressed with. I think I would put Corey in front of them.
Definitely Santos and Reyes. I don't know about Rakic. I think that's a tough stylistic matchup where he's going to give up length to another generalist that's going to immobilize him with pretty strong leg kicks for the most part. But yeah, I think I wouldn't have any problem if you said, Jan Glover, Yuri, and then he's a toss up with Rakic,
Yeah. So I mean, he's one of the where would Ryan Bader be on your fucking light heavyweight list?
Between Johnny Walker and Ryan Spann, between 10 and 11.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm not even.
And 11 at light heavyweight is garbage.
Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. I don't even think he cracks the top 10. And last time I saw the odds, Ryan Bader was a pretty big favorite against Corey. So I'm going to put as much money as I feel comfortable with.
Chris Gray, bro. Where are you at, bro? I have DK and I have PFL.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, we're in Jersey. We have PFL. And Joey, how about this? How fucked is it that state by state DraftKings odds change?
Are different? No, I mean, I'm
like
not really that surprised.
Coop and DK in Virginia, he has some NASCAR lines that are 40 cents better than mine. I have some NASCAR lines 40 cents better than his. It's crazy.
I'm not really surprised.
Yeah, but Barstool Sportsbook's coming in New Jersey. I got to open an account and throw $5-10K in there.
When is that?
It's soon, real soon, before football starts in the first week of September. So in the next couple weeks.
Good shit.
Yeah, I've gone on some of their sites to see some of their odds. They look like a pretty good sports book with a ton of decent lines, pretty comparable to the lines DK, Bet365. So I'm definitely going to throw some money once they open up here. You're in Cali again?
No, I'm in Madison.
Hello?
You got me?
Joe?
Is that me? My fucking computer's about to overheat.
Gav, can you hear me?
Bro.
I hear both of you donkeys, unfortunately.
I got a nice little view here, though.
You guys hear me? Joey, Gavin.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so, where are you at, Joe? Cali?
No, I'm in Madison.
Madison, New Jersey?
That's right.
That's not that far from me.
We're just doing it up. I got work tomorrow morning. The job's tomorrow morning. Then we're out.
I gotta tell you, I love Madison, bro. Chatham, that area.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, if it wasn't a fucking $1,000,000,000 to buy a house, I would definitely move there. I love both those towns.
Chatham, you're talking like the Cape?
No, New Jersey, Madison, New Jersey, and Chatham. They are like two towns right next to each other. They're just like really, really nice upper middle class towns where like an average house cost $500,000. Just like an average house on the street.
Basically, you get a roof over your head,
Yeah. Average house on the street costs you $450,000, $500K. I could probably buy somebody's like shed behind one of their houses. You know what I mean? That's about it, though. Instead, I'm stuck here paying $1,650 a month in rent. Clay Collard's pretty good, bro. This dude's got a shot to win the whole thing. Like, I'm impressed with him.
I just want to see him keep pressing, baby. I'm seeing some good shots caught. This is nice.
All through PFL, he's been really impressive. He was
won that first round.
You think he won the first round?
Stayed on his feet. I think he had a little bit better volume and definitely landed the better strikes.
Yeah, I'll buy it.
I think it took a while for Magomedov even to shoot, and then when he did late, it wasn't as successful, and Stotts stuffed it, got back to his feet. Stotts even landed a takedown at the end of the round, I think, to try and bank the round.
Well, let's take a look at the current odds. Current odds.
Up. Stotts threw a kick, and that's all Magomed. He's got.
What you got?
He's got a single leg. Pretty much, he's a couple inches away from a high crotch, but yeah, up against the cage. Just this is not where Stotts wants to be a minute into the round.
That single leg high crotch gets you.
Dude, that guy is not giving up that single leg until the. Oh, what are you doing? Why? Oh, he got back to it. Like, what? He must not feel good about his takedown game against Stotts. If he bailed on that first one up against the cage, I mean, this is what those Dagestanis like, dude. Whether you're on your butt against the cage or whether you're on your back against the cage, man, oh, you're in a bad spot.
Why do I have no PFL live betting?
Oh, come on. Sneak onto the back.
They ain't going to let you do that.
Sneak onto the back. Sneak onto the back. Sneak onto the back.
What do you mean they're not going to let you do that? Why not?
They're not as sharp on these lines with these smaller organizations.
Oh my God. Did you just get reversed?
Yeah.
Dude, like, I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, bro. Stotts or pass. That's what the bet was.
Settle the fuck down.
Yeah, well, nobody was saying bet Magomedov at 4-1 or whatever it was. I mean, by God's grace, you know, I wouldn't bet other people's money with that.
Yeah, we weren't saying take Magomedov at minus 450.
What channel is that shit on?
We got him at plus 5. It's on Showtime. We got him at plus 500 to win the fight by sub. Clay Collard just fucking this kid up.
Yep.
Hopefully that little chicken shit doesn't survive.
You have this fight not to go the distance, right?
Yep. I just need Collard to keep laying it on. Just stay right in the pocket the entire time. Just keep moving forward.
This was
every fight.
This was the only fight that I thought about putting on the spreadsheet when I talked to you earlier today on text message, Gav, I was like, I kind of like Clay Collard to throw him in there with somebody else. But I don't know. I ended up not doing it. I didn't watch anywhere near the amount of tape that I would normally do for like a UFC event. So I didn't want to throw anything on the spreadsheet that I didn't feel wholeheartedly confident in. But anybody that watched the show at least got on the parlay.
Trust me, like that's why the lowest odds shot I took was plus 160, and the next one after that was plus 550. Like it wasn't because I had the warmest and coziest feeling about either of these cards. But if people would punch each other in the face, you might as well, throw some bets out there. I mean, what the hell is this?
Some of these people, bro, on the PFL card are so bad. Like Curtis Millender, I mean, OAM, Olivier Auburn Mercier.
Those guys aren't that bad. Are you kidding me? They both used to fight in the UFC. Like,
yeah, but they got kicked out because they were fucking horrible.
That's like,
I mean, Joey, OAM and Curtis Millender were terrible, bro. Gleison Tebow actually wasn't bad in the UFC, but he's like 108.
Oh boy, it's getting dicey in PFL here.
Yeah, I'm watching this Clay Collard fight.
Imagine you're Austin Pettis, and you've lost to Collard and Manfio. Whew.
I mean, Clay Collard, bro, he's pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing him in the UFC.
Yeah, he's a high floor, low ceiling generalist with good chin, pretty good cardio, good grit.
Yeah, I agree.
He could definitely beat some guys who have big holes in the UFC, 100%.
High floor, low ceiling is like the perfect way to describe him. I agree with that totally.
Look at these digs of the body, man. Ooh.
High floor, low ceiling for sure. Oh, you might get out of this right now, Gav.
Come on, baby. Come on, Clay.
Oh,
get that crank him.
Get that
neck. Get it in. Just neck crank him.
Get that neck.
Squeeze. Oh, he's going for the other arm. The other arm's fresh. Come on. Oh, the other guy just thumbs up the ref. Come on.
Fucking brutal. I thought you had him, bro. I thought you had him. Is Magomedov going to get tapped out by fucking Stotts?
Wow. He's about to get neck cranked.
He's about to get tapped out.
Mm-hmm.
18-1, 16-1, huh? Yeah, he's definitely about to get tapped out.
Can't be talking about a bet and fucking NFL starts.
I mean,
it's all good. This guy ain't got a tap though.
Yeah, this would be a really great win for this kid too.
These guys
Dude,
are both
that
good as
had to have
fuck.
been over
Like,
15, 20 to 1, Stotts by submission. It's probably like 25 to 1, something like that.
Yeah, I know he closed like plus 320. I have no idea what his submission prop would have been, to be honest. I'm not sure.
He's just going to lay and pray and take his win, I think.
He might beat the last guy to legitimately be the best bantamweight in the world right now. That's pretty good.
you guys are calling them lower level guys. You guys are just bashing on them. These guys are good as fuck. Those guys are both good as fuck.
Like, you don't lose fucking MMA bets. Settle down over there, bro.
Is that what I said? I didn't say that.
We had a wrong take. I mean, it happens.
I know.
Holy
I'm just
shit,
saying,
he's
bro.
getting
the
like.
disrespect to the
Oh,
fight.
no, he gave it up. Wait. Is he about to get crucifixed? No way.
Who?
Stotts.
What's happening? How far ahead are you right now?
145. Oh my God, he's going for the crucifix.
I see no crucifix.
Nope, now he's moving into mount.
Are you in the future?
Magomedov? The fight's almost over. It's like minute 30 left.
Yeah, I see the same time. We're here.
He had his hand on the wrist right there, and all he's got to do is put the knee right on top of the wrist, and he's got it. Like, what are we doing? Boy, you better go for this sub because your ass is grass if this goes to the cards.
Oh, my God. Please just catch this kid.
Oh, headlock series. Come on, baby. Anaconda him right here. Anaconda him.
Something. A darce, a fucking guillotine, anything.
This is like a inverted head and arm choke that he's got in right now. I don't know what this is. I'll tell you what, that's uncomfortable as shit, though, to have your neck just crank like that. Now he puts in the crucifix. And then he loses it. This fucking guy.
He's got like 25 seconds to get in.
Oh, yeah, he's cooked. All right, let's go, Clay. Dust this guy.
Oh, he's got an. Oh my God, he had.
Wow, that was close.
He had the arm bar with like 3 seconds left in the round, but he held on. Another minute, and he might have got that arm bar. But yeah, good for you, Stotts. That's a big, 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 big win. All right, Clay Collard, just get me home, bro. How'd you do in baseball today, Joe? Anything? Did you bet any 10 o'clock games that just started?
No. All early games. 1-1 win on the Marlins and the Royals team total over.
There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games right now in baseball that are either in the first, second, or third inning. Did you have any thoughts on the later slate?
I mean, it's all dependent on prices.
What did you think about the Braves in Washington? That's in the first inning.
I take the Braves every day.
They're minus 160 on the money line.
You could probably wait if they don't score in the first. If they don't just get out quick.
Seattle and the Blue Jays are in the first inning. What were your thoughts on that game today?
Who's pitching? Robbie Ray, Chris Flexen. Oh my goodness. What's the line we got there?
plus 120, plus 130 on Seattle, minus 160 on Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto's about to beat them. Probably by more than 2 runs. Blue Jays minus 1.5.
The Giants are up 4-0 at home against Colorado in the second inning.
What is the like? Yeah. Giants about to win that division and get no respect.
Doesn't, I mean, I'm not a baseball guy like you, but the total in that game is 10 runs, and it's 4-0 in the second inning. 9.5 runs, and it's 4-0 in the second inning. Is that normal? Doesn't that seem like it should be more runs?
What are you saying?
It's 4-0 in the second inning, and the total's 9.5.
Where are you seeing 9.5? I'm seeing 11
at DK. Are you on DK? They just took it just went off the board. I don't know. Maybe 11 comes back. But yeah, it was 9.5 minus 135 to the over. But it was 9.5, and they already had 4 runs. Diamondbacks up 1-0 against the Padres in the second inning.
Now that was...
Padres are plus 125 on the money line. Diamondbacks minus 155.
Yeah, like I'm interested in San Diego there, but plus 130, like.
Yeah, the number it's 10.5 in that 4-0 Giants in the second inning. It's 10.5.
Yeah, I'm good on that. I'd rather just take the Padres on the money line
at plus 120.
Yeah, it's what is it? 1-0.
1-0 in the second. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean.
You want me to put it at the bottom?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Gavin, you don't bet a lot of Major League Baseball?
No, not this year. I've done it other years. I just haven't been in the swing of it much, and just haven't put in the time needed to, and I'm not just going to throw out random bets just on hunches and kind of stuff.
No score in the Angels-Astros game in the third inning. And they're basically minus 125, minus 105 on the money line.
I need the Royals to score a couple runs. That would be really nice.
Royals?
Yeah. It's probably
all
not
right.
gonna happen.
Later, Jacqueline Martin. Oh, the Cowboys are playing a little preseason. That Patriots-Washington game last night was just a dead nut under. They had an 80-yard touchdown break in the last minute of the game, and it still went under. right, so what do we got next for PFL? Did Collard win?
It looked pretty convincing. I turned off the decision, but I am mad. I would be shocked if he lost. I think it's coming in actually right now.
I hope he won. That means all we need is Pacheco next week at plus 105.
Well, she's winning that fight.
Mm-hmm. Will Colorado score on Descafani? That's a Joey question. No idea.
Probably not. Not much. I mean, he has been hit up. Like his last couple of starts haven't been the best. I'm pretty sure he took some time off. The last time he pitched was August 2nd, so 12 days ago. 11 days ago. 4-4-3. Yeah, he's got hit up the last couple of times, but Colorado sucks. On the road, no thank you. So it's San Fran pass, 4-0 there. Obviously, I'm not interested in that game.
Yeah,
Toronto over Seattle, San Diego over Arizona. Like we just got a good price. They're down 1-0 in the second inning. Like San Diego coming into the game, they're probably like fucking minus 170 favorites. Minus 180 coming into this game.
this should be a unanimous 2-1 decision for Clay Collard. I swear to God, I've thrown this referee in a locker in my high school days.
Is that our guy Keith Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wears those fucking...
I haven't even seen him. I just know that's your guy right there.
That's my guy. That's the guy you throw in a locker in high school. 100%.
He wears those ref glasses. Those things are pretty dope, though.
Oh, bro, my God. They gave it to Collard, bro.
Look at that. You see all that shit on the bottom, too?
80. Well, I mean,
everyone voted for Clay Collard.
He had an overwhelming.
You should take a screenshot of that, bro. Like, you should take a picture of that.
He had an overwhelming, significant strike edge in round 1, overwhelming, significant strike edge in round 2, and yeah. I mean, 88-51 round 2, 53-30 round 1. And he lost. Wow.
They should put that. They had like votes from 4 different places. Everybody picked Clay Collard.
They put the verdict global scorecard up, and he won the first 2 rounds by a wide margin. And he lost the third round by like 0.3 percentage points. Jesus. I guess significant strikeouts just don't mean anything anymore. You see it all the time. Like if you have an 88-51 significant strike advantage in 1 round, how do you lose that round? Collard was minus 3,000, Corey said, late in round 3. Yeah, I mean, that's there's nothing you could do. What are you going to do? That's just $500 lost on a bad decision. Not much you could do there, Corey. You just eat that nickel and keep it moving. Minus 3,000. I wish you didn't tell me that.
That's when he went off.
Yeah, he was minus 3,000 at the end of the fight to win the fight.
Wow.
That's going to Twitter.
If DraftKings has the guy that you bet at minus 3,000 at the end of the fight, like, I think you did your job. Whatever happens after that happens. I don't know. What do you say about that? Joey, do you like Corbin Burns to win the NL Cy Young at plus 350?
I mean, he's in the lead right now, I guess, with the Rom on the IL.
I think Steve bet that too.
Did he?
I'm not, depending on how long ago you bet it, that number was probably high. That's crazy. That cost him that win. The next fight is the fucking championship for $1 million.
Yeah, like how do you cost that kid $1 million?
Yeah,
like
that even has bigger stipulations than any one UFC fight.
That's terrible, dude.
That's
Like if I'm that kid that just like fought his heart out and was minus 3K to win the fight at the end, I'm ripping the backstage apart right now.
oh, yeah.
That kid. Man, that's tough. I can't even be mad that I lost that money because I feel bad for that kid. $1 million is life changing. Jesus.
Especially for these guys who aren't getting as much show and money.
Oh,
as
yeah.
the guys.
100%. Did you guys look at the main event at Bellator? I thought that Gegard Mousasi should win the fight.
Yeah, I have those 1-4 round 5 props. I tend to think that, and part of the reason that I bet that is because Mousasi off the layoff, I don't think he's as quick on the trigger, early on, and so I think it gets to the later rounds, and I think Saltaire is definitely game early on. But later we've already seen Mousasi in these big bouts, long rounded fights. Like maybe Saltaire wins, but it would have to be a greasy decision.
Well, I lost $1,000 tonight on PFL and Bellator. That's unfortunate.
I wish I had the house on Davion Franklin by KO. Jesus, Cummins looked awful.
I bet the nickel parlay on that Collard fight, and then the nickel on Magomedov by sub. Those were the only 2 bets I made tonight.
You can bet Michael Lombard, bro. You know, hop on the Lombard train.
Say it again, bro. What'd you say, Joe? What is
Nobody
that?
can hear Joey with his fan taking deep breaths every time.
What is that? What is that noise?
Fucking computer, bro. The fan just never shuts off.
Yeah, what by the time I was done with Coop, Joey, doing the video, whatever you had bet on the PFL was already off the board.
Yeah, it was like the second fight. He knocked him out in the first round.
Yeah, so I only bet those 2 plays after Coop and I were done with the NASCAR video.
Word.
But I mean, there is a full Saturday, Sunday weekend in NASCAR, so I got that going for me.
Good shit.
Yeah, we should win. We should pick up a few units.
Gavin took Andrew Haney off.
Yeah, once he got traded in New York, I didn't have the updated logo, and it didn't allow me to change the fucking picture. And I was like, all right, well, fuck this thing. I'm over.
Wait a minute.
So who's next?
Yeah, wait a minute. That Joey brings up a good point. That I mean,
they won't even let me. They won't even let me put a different one. It's either Heaney or bust. I guess I got to go back to it.
No. I don't accept it. Like, if I can't see your face, I better see a special profile picture. Like, look at Joey in that profile picture. He's got the black shirt. He's got the chain. He looks as happy as a pig in shit.
Hey, he looks like an extra from the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the smile on that kid's face. Like, I mean, Gav, what do we got to do? What do we got to do to get a new profile pic?
I mean, Jay, speaking of
if
you,
I was friends with Paulie D and I had picks like that, I'd probably rock them too.
Yeah, Jay rocks it too.
He does. That's the good part.
I rock this. I like the Joey profile pic so much, I rock the same picture. How about that?
That's gassing Joey up a little much.
Well, I mean, I don't have a choice. The kid logs into my fucking StreamYard account And like, apparently, I'm just stuck with that profile picture.
No shot. You could change it, bro.
What do you mean I can change it?
The same way Gavin changed his to fucking nothing.
Bro, I'm not all technological. I don't know how to do these things. What do you mean?
I mean, you definitely know how to do it, bro. You put it there. You put that there. No?
I'm always on the camera. So,
You
like,
click the fucking 3 little dots on the left.
I never cared enough
Edit
to put
audio avatar. Boom.
because you always see this beautiful face, bro. You see this face right here? Like, I mean, it's beautiful. I'm always here. You're always gonna see this face. Daughter's 13th birthday. Where am I? I'm right fucking here. See the face? Yeah, Gavin, I better see a new picture up there on the profile pic.
You know what? You get the profile picture that you pay me for, which is absolutely nothing. So there you go.
You know what? That's a fair point. I can't even argue it. If I paid you, can I see your actual face? Like,
Off stream, yeah, maybe.
even in the private streams where it's just me and Gavin talking about like MMA, I still haven't seen his face. For all the people watching right now, I still have no idea what he looks like at all.
You know, you got to keep the mystique.
Yeah, like we were sweating Olympic beach volleyball on like a Wednesday night where there wasn't a soul in sight, and I still didn't see your face.
You usually got to wine and dine me first.
Yeah, I mean, you won't take my money. You just refuse. You're like, nope, Keg, you don't have to give me any money, and I'm not showing you my face, so eat a dick.
Those are my conditions. That's all there is.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I'll be here Saturdays. They occur once a week, every week, as far as I'm concerned.
My man. My fucking man.
Now, Dana cheated us a little bit this weekend, but
He did.
so be it.
But you know what? At least I lost 1,000 betting on Bellator and PFL, so I got that going for me. Fucking Dana. What am I looking at right now? What am I looking at on ESPN right now? Is that a bald-headed Randy Couture and oh my God, I can't think of his name. What is his name? That the Brazilian heavy hitter that did a shit ton of roids. Like in the early, like 05, 06. Why can't I think of his name?
That's not Vitor.
Yes. Thank you. That's a bald-headed Randy Couture and a Vitor Belfort
Dude.
on the screen right now. That's Vitor, right?
I didn't even really at first that I was kind of like, is that Vitor Belfort? What the fuck?
That's Vitor. Yeah, that is. Yep. Hard-hitting Brazilian. That's Vitor.
He did a shit ton of roids.
I mean, so much roids.
He was
Like,
Paulo Costa before Paulo Costa got there, you know, the Brazilian on the sauce.
He was shooting himself up in the locker room before he went out to fight. Imagine if
He was also a pride guy, dude. There's no fucking rules in pride. Like,
no,
you know,
that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if USADA existed everywhere when he fought. Nobody would even know who he is.
He if steroids didn't exist, he would be Ion Kutalaba.
Yeah.
Another shit-eating wild man who gets knocked out too often.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pride. Like, it was not only not cheating to shoot up in the locker room prior to the match, but it was almost expected.
Yep. Nailed it. Joey's gone.
He'll live to fight another day.
Looks like I'm going to have to get my money back in NASCAR, huh? Nothing was on the sheet, at least, so I got that going for me.
Yeah, this was not a card you were putting any sheet plays on by any stretch.
Yeah, I agree. Although Clay Collard and Pacheco, I thought about it. But considering he just got fucking robbed, I'm kind of happy that I did not throw that on there. I have no idea what I'm going to eat for dinner right now. What's on the menu over there?
This is usually the hardest decision you got to make, any given night is what it sounds like.
You know what? I mean, don't come at the fat kid with food choices. I mean, you know what I mean?
This guy, I couldn't imagine, like, if you ever went to a cheesecake factory where there's 11 pages of menu, I don't know what you would do with yourself.
I would have to show up at like 6:30 to ensure that I picked something by 10 o'clock.
If you were closer to your age, I was going to say arrive at 3 to eat by 4:30. But yeah, you're on the right track.
What's on the menu out there in Cali? Let me guess. Either like empanadas or like fish tacos.
No.
What's on the menu?
I'm just doing a little pasta and broccolini action. Nothing crazy.
I like it. What kind of pasta?
We got this place in Santa Monica that is relatively new, and I'll tell you what, I typically don't try to hang my hat on many places for Italian in the United States after going to Italy for a couple weeks and being like, holy shit, this is actual food.
Where in Italy? I've been to Italy a few times. Where in Italy? We
did Rome for 6 days, and then Florence for 4. But we also did it in August too, so it was like much more the touristy kind of draw and vibe when a lot of the people, like in the city, are out, in the countryside during the month.
Can I read you the tweet that I sent out yesterday? I sent out a tweet yesterday that said, I've got to get back to Avellino and see the family. Sometimes you walk the streets of New Jersey and say, what the fuck am I doing here? Just get me back to Campania. So, I'm right there with you, Gav. Get me back to the Naples province that my family comes from. You feel me?
Yeah, that was the part of Italy that they said don't go to because the mob is there.
Yeah, that's a 30-second timeout. I mean the fucking nerve. The nerve of this guy. How about this? You know what? I give Gavin a timeout, and I'm going to bring him back in to let him know just how right he is. So, how about this for a fun fact, Gavin? Tony Soprano from The Sopranos, his father, where the family comes from, Avellino in Campania.
Imagine that. Yeah.
I mean, imagine that.
Imagine being timed out for facts. You're almost like our social media networks.
Hey, bro, listen. You know, don't judge me.
I was going to ask which of your family members, but that explanation will suffice as well.
My mother's father and my father's father grew up in Italy within 30 minutes of each other. How about that? In the same Naples province. What are the
7 billion people in this world?
What are the odds of that? Think about
1
really
in 7 billion.
Yeah, like think about that. 2 old men. Well, not old, but 2 men from the same part of Italy within 30 minutes of each other go to America to start for a better life, and both their kids marry each other when they were less than 30 minutes away from each other in Italy. What are the odds of that? Like, probably bad, right?
Yeah, low. Quite low.
I went with my mom. Now, my mom and my dad have been divorced for a long time, right? But when I went to Italy the first time. I went with my mom to see like her father's family and where they grew up. And my mom was like, "Do you want to go see your father's family and where they grew up?" And I was like, "Well, how far away is it?" And it was like 24 minutes away by car.
That's hilarious.
And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And then we went to see them. Yeah, it's crazy. And then it comes to be that like the New Jersey mobster guy that turned into like the biggest show HBO ever had was also born there, which I guess is pretty stereotypical considering I live in New Jersey and both my parents come from the place that Tony Soprano's dad came from. I mean, that's pretty stereotypical, right?
And I got timed out for that, believe it or not. As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah. You know why? Because I'm not going to let you badmouth Italians on my watch, bro. Okay?
I got some nice amatriciana pasta.
Nobody's going to shit on the Italians on my watch. So last night I ordered from a new Chinese food place. Got a little Mongolian chicken with snow peas and broccoli. It was delicious.
You finally found a fucking Chinese spot, huh?
Yeah, I for
you
like
been searching far and wide. I know.
I have, bro. Like the last 2 months, I've probably tried 20 different Chinese food places around me that I've never tried before, and I think I found a gem. I think I finally found the place that I have been searching for a couple months now.
Yeah, you made quality Chinese food sound as elusive as Bigfoot for the last 2 months.
I'll tell you what, like if you ask a normal person, Chinese food in New Jersey is the bomb. It's excellent. But you know what, bro? I'm used to like that hibachi steakhouse. I just got tired of spending $100 on dinner. I was like, I gotta find like normal Chinese food that's gonna cost me like $25. That's gonna be delicious. And I think I found a place in Lyndhurst that's pretty solid. It's pretty fucking good. I can get down with it. I'm here for it.
Hibachi, man. I mean, isn't like most of the experience of paying for hibachi the actual in person where they're flipping the fucking shrimp into their hat and lighting the onion volcano on fire and shit?
You would think. until you just don't want to leave your house, but you want the same taste.
Yeah, we have like Benihanas out here. I mean,
yeah, we got Benihanas all over the fucking place. But I got my own hibachi spot called Uka. That's phenomenal. But you know what, bro? Sometimes you don't want to leave the house after you made like $5,000 betting on NASCAR. Sometimes you're just like,
I hear you. Just bring me $100 lukewarm hibachi, you know?
Right, exactly.
With no flaming onion, with no flipping the shrimp into the hat, no effects. Just give me the, mediocre food that's all cooked on the same topping and tastes relatively similar. I'll take all that for $100.
Settle down on the mediocre because it's not mediocre.
Hibachi is so fucking mediocre.
You know what, Gavin? You're on the precipice of another 30-second time.
At this point, I just wear them like badges. They're just additional stars that I add to my military status.
You know what? Like sometimes you want the food without seeing the guy flip shrimp into the fucking hat. Just give me the food. I don't need
without having to talk to the pain in the ass person next to you at dinner the entire night.
There's that. Like 7 strangers you never met before in your whole life that like talk about politics all night. Like, I don't need that. I don't need the fucking onion volcano. I don't need the shrimp in the hat. Just give me the fucking food, bro.
There's always some beta dude on his first date who's over his skis and three to win. Like, yeah, you just got okay. You know what? The food is still fucking mediocre, but
I mean, I'm gonna let that go,
bro. Frozen shrimp, Whole Foods, lemon butter garlic, frozen, defrost, little sauce, boom, boom, boom. Pan, 2 minutes, you're done. Shrimp, easy.
Bro, do I look like the kind of guy that's like looking to go into the kitchen and cook at 11 o'clock at night when I get done with the live show? Like,
I'm just principled in some things, and if I'm gonna pay $100 for delivery, somebody is bringing me a fucking bone-in ribeye, medium rare, with a big-ass baked potato and a shot of spinach to help the bowels. And that's all there is to it.
That's the problem, bro. Like, if I'm going to go spend $100 on like a Kobe beef ribeye, I have to go to the place to eat that. Like, I can't have that delivered to my house. Like, I have to go there with I'll spend $250 on like a 30-ounce Kobe beef steak, a bottle of wine, potatoes, spinach, maybe like asparagus with garlic. Like, I will go to the place and spend $300 on that with the tip. I can't get that steak sent to my house and eat that like in my house. I can't.
Do you not let steak sit? If you ever make steak yourself, do you let it sit after it comes off the barbecue?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, for at least, especially if it's got more than a third of an inch thickness, that thing is sitting for 10 plus minutes, especially if you're cooking it at medium rare with good char on high heat.
But what happens if it takes an hour and 8 minutes to get to your house?
Well, you know what? I mean,
you're fucked.
Then you kick the delivery driver in the dick. I don't know what you want me to do about that. That sounds like a logistics malfunction.
I mean, you're
having steak 15, 20. Like, I got a good steakhouse. It's an Argentinian spot down the street. So like, I'll get steak, spicy sausage. Oh shit.
I live 10 minutes from the Lincoln Tunnel, bro. You are hard pressed to get any delivery to your door in less than an hour and 5 minutes. It just doesn't happen.
I've done it where if I've drank a lot. One time, and I saw the the delivery was too far and I couldn't drive. I was like, all right, I'm going to take an Uber, do a pickup at the place, pick up the food, tell the Uber guy to wait, and come back. It's $7 for the Uber, and you pick up the food, and it's a third of the time, and you don't got to drive. Come on. There's enough resources in 2021.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that part of the delivery is you having to get into the Uber to go pick up your own food?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Well, I can't ever drive past noon on a Saturday, so
I'm out on that, bro. Like, if I'm getting food delivered to my house, I'm not getting in the fucking cab to go get it to bring it back.
Well, if the only option is the food takes an hour and a half, there is no option. That is not edible fucking food that sits an hour and a half.
You know what, bro? I like you a lot unless we're talking about food delivery. Okay? All right?
No, frankly, your food delivery takes are horseshit. Much better than your MMA takes.
I mean, how dare you?
I can't tell you how many times I've been on this goddamn stream and heard you say, what are we ordering? And not only once per stream, but 2, 3, 4 times each stream.
This guy.
How long have you lived in that establishment, Keg?
Oy vey. Like
a long time is what that sounds like.
A decade?
And you don't got a sound understanding of every food establishment within a 3-mile radius of you?
Uber Eats and DoorDash shook up the whole pot. Yes, I did. Before DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, I had shit planned out. Bink, bank, 18 minutes away. You'll be here in 34 minutes.
Red Lobster, 3:30, early bird, bed by 6.
DoorDash and Uber Eats and Grubhub, they came in. They flipped the whole pot on its head, bro. All right? I can't help it. Now I have the opportunity to eat shit that's 45 minutes away.
Oh,
I can't help it.
You're ordering stuff that far away. That's your own damn fault. I don't understand. Like,
you know what? This friendship could possibly be over.
What do you want them to teleport the fucking food hot right on your lap? I mean, what are we talking about? 45 minutes away. What is that? 20 miles where you're at?
Gavin, I'm not proud of it, but 5.5 out of 10 times when I order something from DoorDash, right, it immediately goes into the oven for about 18 minutes of reheating, like right into the oven for like 18 minutes.
It sounds like you malfunction. You're just a little out over your skis in terms of what you want, Like, yeah, this is not Back to the Future where you just put a pizza in the microwave and the thing just appears, Like, what? If the thing is more than like 6-7 miles away.
But there are so many options, bro.
Well, that's okay. So when you look within a 25-mile radius of yourself, I imagine there has to be hundreds, if not thousands, of food options.
There's like 400 options I can order.
Why don't you be a reasonable human and order something that is relatively in close proximity to you?
Because I'm fat and everything.
No, that's horseshit. No, there's so many options in variety. You can do it.
Everything looks delicious, bro. I can't help it.
You got that radius too far. Back when in my old youngin' days when I was
what's your
boardwalk in Newport, you got to keep that radius up.
What's an acceptable radius?
Well, the thing is, if I order food at the wrong time, 2 miles could be too far of a radius if it takes
All right,
25
well,
minutes to get
you
here.
live in a fucking normal state where it doesn't take you 4.5 hours to go 3 miles.
There should be no excuse that food is in transit longer than 20 minutes to you. Period. You got to account it's already probably sitting 5 to 10, very likely, by the time they pick it up. And if you're already going to throw on 20 on top of that, now you're talking about a half hour when your shit has sat. Now you're talking about there's only a certain amount of food that you can order that is actually even
You're basically telling me
an hour later.
You're basically telling me I'm too ambitious with the radius. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Absolutely. 110%. Now we finally found the core of the issue. Because the large radius brings you way too many options. It leads to long delivery times. Yeah, nobody's going to pick up food fucking 45 minutes away and drive it to you. Obviously.
This is the only live betting show that you could tune into that just nails down like meaningless conversation and what you're doing wrong in that meaningless conversation. Listen, bro. Okay, so maybe I'm a little ambitious with the radius. I'll admit it, all right?
Smaller radius, less options, quicker selection time, quicker delivery time, hotter food.
Isn't that the heart of the issue?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Smaller radius, less options.
I'll send you my retainer payment tomorrow via invoice.
Well, wait a minute. Smaller radius, less options. I have an issue with the less options part. You know what I mean?
Okay. So do you want 1,000 options or do you want 40?
I would like a smorgasbord of options.
Okay, so you enjoy perusing a fucking delivery menu for over 60 minutes. That's you. That's a you issue again.
I'll tell you what, I don't enjoy it. I don't.
Well, then you're a masochist. You're a masochist. That's the only explanation.
All right. So now
if you don't enjoy the food selection process and you have a 40-mile radius of your food, then you are simply put a masochist.
So now we're in the names calling part of the conversation.
Yes, a masochist.
All right. So now I'm getting called names because of the way I order my delivery. All right, bro. All right.
You know what, Keg? At least I'm a good enough friend to tell you, what the heart of the issue is.
Yeah. You know what? I've had people leave my house because I spent like 2 hours looking on what we should order. And then they're like, yeah, you know what? I'm leaving. I'm just going to just grab something at the diner. And I'm like, wait, what? What do you mean you're leaving? We haven't decided what we're going to order yet. And they're like, yeah, that's the problem. I'm going to call in a diner order, go pick it up, and go home. So maybe the problem is me. Maybe it is me. I don't know. So decisive on laying bets, but hung up on the menu. Amen, Brian Smith. Truer words have never been spoken, bro. It's easier for me to throw $5,000 on a bet than it is for me to find something to eat for like $40 on fucking DoorDash. Yeah. True.
I don't even know what to say to that because it's so true.
I mean, now, like, you're hurting my feelings now. Like, all right, I get it.
No, you know what, Keg? I'm trying to think of.
I don't like the tone of this conversation.
I'm trying to think of someone that you're fighting like who just doesn't let their hands go.
Like, I feel like you're not on my side here. Like, friends roll together, bro.
No. Friends tell you exactly how it needs to be told. And if I enabled your continued behavior in this long selection process, cold food, long delivery times, I would only be a bad friend.
So by shitting on me, you're a good friend? Is that
yes,
where
because you will actually fix the issue at heart and be in a much better spot. And it's like the coach that yells at you, and then after he yells at you, he puts your arm around you and he says, listen, this is why I yelled at you, you know?
Yep.
It's like the Bruce Arians treatment.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Maybe
You just rip the Band-Aid off, immediately.
I can't even say it with a straight face. All right. I can't even say
We've been talking about food delivery selection for 15 minutes.
I can't even say it with a straight face. All right, so maybe my radius is a little too big. All right. I get it. I'll try to lower the radius. All right.
I just want you to text me when that first warm meal comes within like 20 minutes, and you're like, dude,
I gotta tell you,
way better idea.
Listen, 15 minutes in the oven, it's delicious.
Dude, there's stuff that if you eat it the second day, sometimes it's better than the first, like a shepherd's pie.
That's by the way, can we talk about how underrated of a food shepherd's pie
It was
is?
the left corner of my food pyramid growing up. Are you kidding me?
I'll tell you what, bro. Like, I didn't even know what shepherd's pie was until I got married. And then my wife's mom made shepherd's pie one day, and it blew my mind. I was like, whatever this is, it's one of the top 20 foods I have ever eaten in my entire life. Like, shepherd's pie is delicious. There's one word, delicious. And if anybody describes it as anything else, you're dead to me. Dead to me. The mashed potatoes, the meat, the corn, the fucking veggie. It's.
Now I know, Keg, we got some gentlemen that are more around our age in the chat, and so if you are succumbed to being handcuffed by a woman in one form or fashion, whether it be marriage or some informal arrangement, if she is going to make shepherd's pie, which I would highly recommend, and if she doesn't cook, we got way bigger issues to discuss. But if she makes shepherd's pie, that mince needs to be a lamb mince, and it needs to have fucking cheese on top of the mashed potatoes, and I swear to God, it'll be the best meal you have in a while.
Yeah, but exactly what you said is how my mother-in-law made it. Although I'm not a big peas guy, right? So, like, I started asking her to not put peas.
Yeah, they don't bother me. I see a lot of people aren't big pea fans.
Yeah, I'm a big snow pea guy. Like, give me a crispy snow pea in like Chinese food. I'm all about it. Give me the like round peas in anything. It's a pass. But yeah, bro, shepherd's pie. Would you believe me if I told you I was 23 years old before I tried shepherd's pie? I was 23. I didn't even know what it was.
I'm pretty sure I was eating shepherd's pie before I had teeth.
It's so good.
You don't need teeth to eat it, whether you're a newborn or whether you're old as dirt. You don't need teeth to eat it, and it's still delicious.
It's so good. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. I agree. It's so good. What nationality are you? You have like Italians in the family? What are you doing over there?
We did a 23andMe. I'm like 92% Irish.
A 23andMe? That's a 30-second timeout. That's so California. I did a 23andMe. Sometimes my close personal friend is just a 23andMe.
Bro, you don't even have the backstory, and you're timing me out. Wait till you hear how this gets involved with this degenerate family of mine.
No, all right, let me hear it. 23, that's my new nickname for you.
Basically,
23 and me.
Okay, you know what? You knock yourself out. 23-1 sounds like most of the fucking props I hit anyway. So go ahead, 23. But my mom and dad and I and my brother, we were in Mexico probably 3 years back. And my mom and dad are fucked up and they're chirping at each other like they do it, every single day of their lives for the past 30 years. And my dad was finally like, I don't fucking think you're full Irish. I think you're full of shit. And basically my mom was like, all right, you want to bet? What do you want to bet? My dad's like, no, you're taking a fucking DNA test if we bet. And sure enough, she was literally like 98.9% Irish. But basically, that's how we ended up taking the DNA test, was because my parents were drunk chirping at each other and ended up betting on the DNA test.
So you're basic. So both sides of the family is 98% Irish.
No. My mom is pretty much full Irish. My dad is mostly Irish with a small Italian percentage.
Okay. So I didn't have like a 23andMe test, but like my parents say like we're Italian, right? And I'm like, yeah, but we can't really like be 100% Italian. It's almost impossible, right? Like you can't be like my dad. I asked my dad, like, what nationality are we? And he was like, we're Italian.
Yeah, those things are like impossible to be 100% of anything.
Right. So I'm like, yeah, I know we're Italian, obviously, but like it's impossible. Nobody's 100% Italian. It's almost impossible. And then like my dad goes back like 8 generations in the fucking tree. He's like, well, we came from these people, and then we came from these people. And like my grandfather doesn't speak English. All 4 grandparents that I had before they passed away, none of them spoke English. They all four spoke Italian, nothing else. So trying to communicate with them as a young kid was almost impossible, right? So my father starts going back up until like 1820. And he's like, and anything before that, it doesn't matter. We're Italian. And
anything before 1820.
Yeah, anything that's what he said. He went, so like we came from these people, and then we came from these people, and then they made us, and then them, and then anything before 1820, it doesn't matter. We're Italian. And I'm like, oh, okay, Dad. All right. So then I asked my mom, and like she traced it back to like 1780. And then she was like, does it even matter what happened before 1780? And I was like, probably, yeah. Are we anything else besides Italian? And she's like, maybe, but does it matter? And I'm like, okay, I'm done asking. I got aggravated. So I'm like, okay, we're Italian. So that's what we are. My mom and dad are the first people in their family tree that spoke English. All right, so we got the Rory McDonald Ray Cooper fight coming up. Did the Bellator main event happen yet?
thought it was going on. But imagine this, Keg. I just ordered some food and it came in less than 7 minutes.
All those submissions that John likes to go after, it's going to be very hard to hold on when you get the takedown against Gegard Mousasi.
Say it again.
I said, believe it or not, I ordered some food and it got here in less than 7 minutes.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. What did you order? What was on the menu?
That pasta matriciana with some broccolini. You know, you fucking Italians.
All right, I can get behind that. Broccolini is delicious. All right, yeah, so we're in round 2 of 5 in the Mousasi fight. Cooper's coming out. Joey's play on the sheet. Let's get that home for Joe. What are the live odds right now? I would assume Mousasi won round 1. Actually, I don't even see live odds. Maybe if I go to... No, I don't even see live odds. That's crazy, bro. Like, you can live bet almost every single UFC fight, but I can't live bet a Bellator fight or a PFL fight. Like, why not? Doesn't even make sense. So Mousasi's got him on the ground to the surprise of absolutely nobody on earth. Oh, actually, Salter's got Mousasi on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny Salter. Yeah, well, we both like that play, actually. Toyota to win the race at plus 250. I mean, the reasoning behind it is sound. Chase Elliott has the best chance to win that fight. After him, second, third, fourth, and fifth choice to win that race, they might all be Joe Gibbs cars, which are Toyota. So I kind of agree with them. I think it could definitely lose because Chase Elliott drives a Chevy. But if he does not win the race, you're in good shape. Having Denny Hamlin, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., Chris Bell, you're in great shape. So yeah, I already bet that at plus 250. I'm not sure if I'm going to throw it on the sheet yet. I don't know. I'm not sure. I really wanted to watch practice and qualifying before I threw anything on the spreadsheet. So I'm not sure. But I bet it. So I gave it the seal of approval. I can't stand Rory McDonald, man.
Dude, Mousasi just beat the piss out of him in the end of that second round. He ended up reversing and just dominating.
He won the fight?
No, it's not over. I'm honestly surprised Salter survived, dude. Mousasi had stacked him, and was just jackhammering his face with his fist. Like, Salter survived. So it's going to round 3. The 4 and 5 props are still, alive, and I think we're in a good spot if we just need Salter to survive one more.
Yeah, I mean, he was such an overwhelming favorite. I didn't see how he was going to lose. So what did you take in the fight?
Musasi, round 4, 9-1. Musasi, round 5, 12-1.
Oh, okay. I like those. I can dig it. How come you didn't tell me to throw that at the bottom? You didn't like it enough?
I felt good about that sub prop and where we had the line until the fight occurred. Holy shit.
Cooper's on top of McDonald in this first round. Got a roof for Joey to get this home.
Musasi's got Salter on his back right now. I don't think Salter's going to make it through this third round.
Yeah, I mean, based on the fact he's not defending himself and he's got his hands up, I would agree.
There it is.
Yeah.
And it was from Salter shooting the takedown and getting caught in a scramble. What a dipshit.
So, like, Bellator's at a place where John Salter is a title contender.
I go back to my low-level comments.
I mean, come on, bro. I mean, there are no other comments to make. John Salter wouldn't crack the top 25. Now,
Musasi, if you remember, went to Bellator not off a bad losing streak like a lot of those guys end up going to. He went to Bellator off a couple wins, and was fighting, pretty well. But off the layoff, I thought he'd come out slow. The third round versus the fourth round versus the fifth round, was probably more incumbent on how long Salter would make it. And I think Salter had him up against the cage for 2 minutes, just trying to work him to the mat. Never had any success.
What is this? Is this welterweight, 170 pounds?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, John Salter doesn't crack the top 25 at welterweight in the UFC. Literally. Not the top 25.
I'd have to look at the top 40, honestly, for that.
What a joke. And Gegard Mousasi probably wouldn't crack the top 8 at 170 pounds in the UFC. Now, I've always thought really good of him, So I think I give him more respect than most people do. But like, I mean, him against Wonder Boy, Kamaru Usman, Jorge, Leon Edwards, fucking Colby. Stop it. Oh, Musasi's 185 pounds. Okay, now that kind of changes things because I think the 185-pound division is really lean in the UFC. So I think, I mean, first of all, I mean, what Israel Adesanya and Robert Whitaker would do to him is just stupid. I mean, stupid. And he probably wouldn't beat Paulo Costa at all. Is what weight class is Darren Till probably wouldn't beat Till.
I could see him beating Till on like volume.
But like after that, right? He probably wouldn't beat Jared Cannonier.
He's getting smoked by Vettori.
Definitely getting smoked by Vettori for sure.
You know,
but
Brunson is the ultimate gatekeeper of all gatekeepers. You know,
but 185 pounds in the UFC is way leaner than 170 pounds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that he probably wouldn't. I don't think Musasi's a top 6 guy. But after that, he could probably beat everybody else at 185 pounds. Rory is getting dominated. Yeah, I mean, but is that a surprise? He lost his last fight. Even though they gave it to him, he lost it.
Yeah, this is not former title contender Rory McDonald.
We both now Joey had him on the spreadsheet, and when we first started the show, we said Cooper should handle McDonald. So I mean, that it's just what should happen up to this point. I watched 3 Cooper fights, his last 3 fights, and that's all I needed to see. I was like, yeah, this guy should beat McDonald easily. Yeah, if you're keeping score at home, my mother, sister, and daughter are still here. So if you hear like random women laughing in the background, that's them. Yep. Can't wait till they go down the shore tomorrow. Looking forward to it.
They must have been watching John Salter turtle up and just get wailed on for the last 60 seconds.
Like, I'm afraid to open up the room to my office, bro, because there's a legitimate chance that there is silly string all over my house.
I'm gonna go to bed.
I hate people being in my house. Is that bad? Like, even if it's my mom and sister, I hate it. Ugh. My daughter's the best, though. She's here like every weekend. Nobody hears a fucking peep. She's like the best kid to have, bro. She's such a good kid. I got so lucky. Now, I'm saying that before she goes to high school and she only turned 13. It could all go to shit from here. but like so far, she's the best kid to have in the world. But like, if like she starts like fucking dudes in high school and smoking meth, it can all change. But like right now, August 13th, 2021, best kid in the world. She's more well behaved than my mom and my sister. Musasi beats Paige Van Zant's husband next. I mean, just
Just
the fact that he might defend his title against Paige Van Zant's husband tells you like
after
everything.
fighting John Salter.
Yeah, it tells you everything you need to know about Bellator. Like, Bellator is a fucking joke. Wow, bro. Like, Rory McDonald just has to just retire. You're like 30. What is he, 33? Like, stop getting beat up for a living. Go get a fucking.
Yeah, he's one of those guys with more fight miles than his age shows.
Yeah, he was in the UFC when he was, what, 18?
A child.
Yeah, he was 18. But you know what, though? I'll tell you why I'll always love him. Always. Those fights against Robbie Lawler. And didn't he fight Carlos Condit too?
Yeah, the 5th round TKO with Robbie Lawler was epic.
Yeah. That was the fight of the year that year. And then I thought he had an absolute war against Carlos Condit also. That's why I'll always have an appreciation for McDonald. That one fight against Robbie Lawler, man. It's one of the best fights in the history of the UFC. But he sucks. He's not good. And he should retire. I mean, like, when you see the trajectory of, like, fight of the year UFC, then
Holy shit. I'm not giving you CPR, brother. You good over there? Yeehaw!
Rory McDonald almost killed me.
You good, dude?
Dude, I'm one of those people that, like, if you sneeze once, you sneeze like 12 times in a row.
Yep.
Oh my God. Oh boy, this might take a minute. God is punishing me for bad mouthing Rory McDonald. Fuck me, man. Corey said he went from choking to sneezing to choking to sneezing. Yeah.
That's a pretty accurate depiction.
That's about right, Corey. Fuck me, man. Oh no, it's not even over. Fuck, dude.
You're at the lights right above you.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen until I was like 30. But like once I hit 30, like if I sneezed one time, I sneezed 20 times. But like up until 30, it was like, ha chew. Okay, go on about your life, right? Then you hit 30 and sneezing is a fucking to-do. Like it's a whole big process. Sneeze once, twice, 8 times, 13 times in a row. Like I don't know when that started happening, but like for the last decade, if I sneeze once, I'm fucked. It's a 10-minute ordeal. It's just one thing you kids have to look forward to as you get older. You're welcome. So that McDonald fight was only 3 rounds. Oh, he doesn't have a belt. That's what I wanted to say. So you go from fight of the year in the UFC to BELLATOR to PFL. He's going to be fighting in my backyard for $100 next. Like what's after PFL?
Yeah, backyard beer brawls or whatever it is.
Yeah, he's so bad, dude. He's so bad. Yeah, Joey's right. Ray Cooper plus 140 was easy money. 100%. All you had to do, it was go watch the last 3 fights Ray Cooper was a part of. And then go watch Rory McDonald's last 3 fights. He lost the last one, even though he got the win. And then the 2 before that were fucking pathetic. It was definitely easy money. With that said, now that I think I'm done sneezing, put it on the board for our guy Joey Work. We're clappers in 2021, bro. Gavin, I don't hear you fucking clapping. What are you, a Joey Work hater?
I'm stuffing my face with goddamn pasta.
I hear no clapping.
There's your fucking clapping. Put that on the board. I'm pissed I didn't bet it.
You know what, bro? I think I had an aneurysm, like at sneeze 6. I'm seeing like double right now. Fucking hell. The fights are over, I guess, huh?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I'm going to finish up this food and get the hell out of here.
Jesus, what an early night. Fucking hell.
I'm trying to get in bed by 9. I got 17 minutes.
This kid. We're not normally done at 11. Like, what do I do with the rest of my night?
You order some damn food from within 7 miles radius of you.
All right, I love you, bro. All right, boys, we're done for the night. I'll be back. I'll be live tomorrow at 4:00 because we have the NASCAR Xfinity race tomorrow at 4. I'm not going to have any pre-race bets at all. It's only going to be live betting. It'll be a public show. If you want to come and hang out and maybe find a live winner, you're welcome to. It'll be on the YouTube channel. And then Sunday, Coop and I will be back at probably 12:30 for the 1:00 NASCAR race Cup Series at the Indy Road Course. So anybody that wants to come and hang out, you're welcome to come and hang out. I assume there's going to be some NFL games tomorrow night. Maybe I'll stay on and hang out with you guys after the Xfinity race. There's probably a bunch of Saturday night NFL pregame action. Would I ever pregame bet the preseason? Never. But, you never know when a live angle is going to pop up, and that's worth betting. So I'll be on tomorrow at 4:00. You guys want to come hang out? Come hang out. If not, Sunday at 12:30, Coop and I will be on for the 1:00 Cup Series. In terms of MLB content this weekend, I assume that JJ will be live at some point tomorrow, running down the MLB slate, and Joey, JJ, and Holden will be live on Sunday early afternoon to run down the MLB slate there. So aside from that, you're on your own. See you tomorrow at 4. Later.